Καλημέρα. Good morning. It's a great pleasure to welcome you to the second day of the conference celebrating the 100 years of the Gennadius Library, from private libraries to public knowledge, collecting, curating, and the future of the libraries. Now we are going to begin the second session, the legacy of the Gennadius collection, and it is an honor for me to be here to chair this session. Our first speaker is Leonora Navari. Leonora Navari is a consultant historical bibliographer. She specializes in the bibliography of travel in the Levant. Trained as a bibliographer in London, she became librarian to Henry Blackmer and undertook the cataloging of his library of over 10,000 books on Greece and the Levant. The catalog was published in 1922. Other major works include the catalogs of Ottoman Library of Atabey, the Greek costume prints of Kolalous, and the Samurkas collection of maps. She also cataloged the Ioannou collection books on Cyprus, as well as she undertook the catalogs of the Bank of Cyprus Foundation and the travel collection. Together with Stathis Finopoulos, she produced the catalogue of Ptolemy maps on Greece and for the Society of Hellenic Cartography. Leonora.
Good morning. It is a very great...
I should begin with Greek. It's an honor for me to be here in this room, which I appreciate a lot.
There is a whole section of the library under the call numbers beginning BB that sheds light on the history of printing, on the lives and works of individual printers, on the history of bookbinding, and so forth. In Gennadius's introduction to the sale catalog of his books in 1895, the first category of books he mentions is bibliography, and he lists the important bibliographical works in his collection. The talks that we heard last afternoon and evening were illustrative of this fascination and determination to know about what he was doing. After Gennadius, the two men mainly responsible for the position the library holds today as the primary source for research into travels in the Levant are Shirley Weber and Francis Walton, whose portraits you can see in the exhibition. Shirley Weber served as librarian. This position later became known as director from 1937 to 1941 and from 1946 to 1953. The library was closed during the war years. Weber returned to the U.S. and worked as rare book librarian at Princeton University before returning to Greece. His contributions to the work of the Gennadius Library were manifold. One of the conditions that Gennadius had imposed on his gift to the American school was that a catalog of the collection should be published. This was a major concern for all the directors from 1926 onwards. Attempts were made, but the task was formidable. When we try to reconstruct Weber's thinking on this subject, we realize the man's genius. It was impossible at that time to produce a catalog of the entire collection. So what did Weber do? He realized that one of the major strengths of Gennadius's collection was the section on travel. Because of Gennadius's belief that Greece's relationship with its neighbors was essential to an understanding of the idea of Hellenism, he did not restrict his collection to books of travel in Greece only, but to all the areas that were connected to Greece, whether by language, culture, religion, history, or geography. In the 19th century, it is said, one could travel from Vienna through the Balkans to Asia Minor, Palestine, and Egypt, having only a knowledge of Greek. The travel section contains accounts of journey not only to Greece, but to the Levant as a whole. So Weber compiled two catalogs of the travel books in the library. The first, Voyages and Travels in the Near East during the 19th century, was published in 1952, and was followed in 1953 with a second, Voyages and Travels in Greece, the Near East, and adjacent regions previous to the year 1801. These two catalogs were the first to describe and classify books of travel to Greece and the Levant. Bibliographies of travel to Egypt and Palestine already existed as separate works, as well as a few bibliographies of travel in general, and a few works of a limited nature on travel in Greece. For example, an account of French travelers in Greece from 1770 to 1820 by Émile Malakis. But Weber's were the first comprehensive catalogs to describe works of travel in Greece and the Levant as a whole. This feat alone catapulted the Gennadius collections into the forefront of study of travel in these regions. Weber was also important in the establishment of the Gennadian monographs, which published studies based on materials in the library. He wrote the second volume in the series, Schliemann's First Visit to America, which appeared in 1942. This was based on part of Schliemann's diary in the Schliemann papers deposited in the library in 1937 by Schliemann's daughter, Madame Melas. Another important acquisition by Weber was the Grimani Codex, purchased in 1938, which formed the subject of the fourth Gennadian monograph, Castles of the Morea. Weber also had the foresight to suggest two things which would benefit the library, but they were not achieved under his directorship. He proposed that a fellowship should be established specifically for the Gennadian, and he also recommended that a Friends of the Gennadian be formed. The first Gennadian fellow was appointed in 1963. The Friends were established in 1964. However, one of the great benefits to the library associated with Weber, if it can be termed such, was the collection of books willed to the Gennadian by Damianos Kyriazis, which reached the library in 1953. This was not a simple gift. Kyriazis' will simply instructed his daughter to divide the books in his collection between the Gennadius Library and the Benaki Museum. Kyriazis died in 1948, but the library did not receive his books until 1953. Weber, writing to a friend, said, "The gift was made as a compromise of the will with the government, Benaki, and the heirs." Years of negotiation involving Weber, Antonis Benakis, and Maria Kyriazis resulted in a number of early books remaining in the possession of Maria Kyriazis Spenzas, several hundred going to the Benaki Museum, and the majority of the collection, approximately 2,000 titles, coming to the Gennadian, including the important archive of Ali Pasha. This tremendous collection was the crowning achievement of Weber's years at the Gennadius. He retired as librarian at the end of 1953. Weber was followed by Peter Topping, librarian from 1953 until 1961, when Francis Redding Walton was appointed librarian and later director. Frank Walton was truly amazing. Before coming to the Gennadian, he had had no prior knowledge of the rare book field. Walton had been trained as a classicist. He specialized in the study of ancient Greek religion, and he had served as head of the classics department of Florida State University. But he applied himself to learning about the collections. Now, how did he do this? He would take a bibliography, for example, Adams' bibliography of 16th century books in Cambridge libraries, and he would go through the text. That is, he would read through the lists of books. When he came across a book that he thought might or ought to be in the Gennadius collections, he would search for it in the catalog. The copy of Adams' bibliography on the shelf in the librarian's office has Walton's pencil dots next to the relevant books. In this way, Frank Walton became intimately familiar with the library collections. As a result, he developed a clear understanding of Gennadius's collecting mentality. This knowledge was the foundation of Frank Walton's acquisitions policy. He knew the sorts of books Gennadius himself would have purchased. In addition, he had a second string to his bow. Walton was determined to repurchase books that were sold, books that Gennadius was forced to sell at auction in 1895. Approximately 3,000 items were sold during the 10-day sale. The sale took place at Sotheby's on March 28, 1895, and the following 10 days. A third string to his bow was the founding of the Friends of the Gennadius Library, something that Shirley Weber had advocated. Continue with a detailed description of others of Frank's achievements for the library, but what of the man himself? In 1975, I was introduced to Francis Walton by Henry Blackmer, whose library I had just begun cataloging. Frank gave me the freedom of the library, and every other afternoon I worked in the librarian's office where the British Library catalog was shelved. This was the only copy of the catalog in Athens at the time. I was a trained historical bibliographer, but a novice in the bibliography of travel in the Levant. However, I was fortunate. Beginning with Gennadius himself and his collection of bibliographies, with Shirley Weber's 2 catalogs of the travel collection and the wonderful collection of the travel books themselves, enriched by acquisitions carried out by a succession of librarian directors, I was able to complete almost all of the work on the Blackmer catalog in Athens. But again, what of the man himself? Frank Walton was kindly, charming, good-natured, eager to discuss the library and what he was doing. He would talk to me about purchases he was contemplating, purchases he had made, including books from the collection of Sir Thomas Phillips from the Sotheby's sale in 1972. I was actually in the sale room at the time. We would discuss ideas for exhibitions. The last one we discussed was a possible exhibition of Greek children's books. Unfortunately, this was not to be. My memories remain of an ordinary and yet an extraordinary man, Francis R. Walton. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leonora, for this interesting presentation. I will now present our second speaker, Poppy Polemi, who studied modern Greek literature and history at the Faculty of Philosophy at the University of Thessaloniki, which awarded her an honorary doctorate in 2015, and in Paris. Since 1986, she has collaborated with Philippos Iliou on the construction of the Greek bibliography of the 19th century. Her publication focused on this, as well as on issues on the history of modern Greek culture in the 20th century. She is now scientific director of the Bibliology Workshop, Philippos Iliou, National Library, editorial secretary of the magazine Historica, Vice President of the Council of the Archives of Contemporary Social History, and participates in the editorial team of the periodical publication of ASCII Archaeotaxio. Her paper is entitled The Historian Philippos Iliou as a Reader at the Gennadius Library. Ms. Polemi.
Λοιπόν, ο ιστορικός Φίλιππος Ιλιού, αναγνώστης στη Γεννάδη.
So before I start, I would like to thank you. I'd like to thank the organizing committee for this honorary invitation that actually brought Philippos Iliou in this celebration. Philippos Iliou was born in 1931 and left us in 2004. He was one of the tip of the spear of the new Greek historiography, and with his studies and interventions as historian and public intellectual, left a mark. Apart from the academia, apart from the world of academia, he took part in institutions that he really worked for, specifically the Center of Marxist Studies and Researches before the dictatorship. After the fall of the dictatorship, the magazine Ta Historica, which was founded in 1983, the Bibliologic Workshop of 86, and the Archives of Modern Social History in 92. Now, within this framework of the Hellenic Literary Archive, he wanted to create a cell of research for the social history of the book and the social history of education that was a focal point of his research. He knew that he would have the support by Manos Charitatos and Elia, and also the support of many libraries in which he had worked for many years. And first among all was the Gennadius Library. Now, I was a collaborator of Philippos from the beginning of his workshop, and I remember plugging in our photocopy machine, the first photocopy machine that we had, and we photocopied pages and titles of rare, unique books that are saved here. This collaboration continued after his death, so the Bibliological Workshop was now named after him, and under my own scientific responsibility, and along with Sandra Vreta, Anastasia Milonopoulou, and Irini Rizaki, was moved to the Benaki Museum, where it stayed until 2017, and later on in the National Library. Let me just tell you that in our electronic catalog, which can be accessed by the Museu Benaki website, and is the full catalog of the National Hellenic bibliography from the beginning of typography until 19,000, Gennadius, it can be found in 11,600 notes. Today, I hadn't only planned to talk about Philippos Iliou as a reader of the Gennadius Bibliotheki during those years that we worked in this laboratory. He was very interested with the Gennadius library and he collaborated with them closely, and this is what I wanted to underline actually. First of all, I wanted to talk about his unpublished speech entitled The Daughter Collections of Gennadius, which was organized in the library in May 1979. The manuscript is still saved in the archive department. Now, in this speech, we can see the richness of Gennadius, especially the editions of Korais and regarding Korais, whether handwritten or letters or prototypes or copies. This is one of the fullest collections that exist in the world, that mostly stems from the collector's passion and the interest of this wise person who cared about Ioannis Gennadius. This is an important station in the difficult road for the scientification of the studies of Korais. Now, as for the manuscripts of Korais, Gennadius was kind of unlucky as a collector, but as a researcher he had important successes. So every evidence could be found are here in photographs. For the publications that talk about Korais and his time, it is noted that this library is the owner of the most comprehensive series regarding the issues of Korais, and 80 to 85% of the production of the Greek Korais books are here. Finally, at the end of 79, Iliou talks about the unpublished work of Ioannis Gennadius, titled Bibliography of the Works and Publications of Adamantios Korais, according to the collection of the Gennadius Library, with an appendix of various opinions on Korais. This is the fruit of studies and researches of an entire lifetime that was published in 1923. After its presentation, we can conclude three things. First of all, that many of the Korais findings that were presented by many researchers after 23 were already found by Gennadius, meaning there was a waste of time and waste of man-hours. The spasmodic science, as Alkis Aggelou talked about. The second, Gennadius' manuscripts fed the research regarding Korais, even though it was never acknowledged. And third, that it was still a necessary tool of research and it was still worth publishing. The fact that Iliou in 1979 started working on the collections of Korais in Gennadius was not a surprise, because I'm going to tell you a story about that. Let me remind you that Iliou started doing his research under the German occupation, during the years of German occupation. He was arrested after the events in December 77. He was at the conference of the Communist Party in 45. And the first thing is that he was raised with Marxist laicity, but he became a scientist, actually. He found himself charmed by Adamantios Korais, by his works, that he was not idle material when he was a young person. Now, his interest about Korais can be certified by the paper that he wrote as an 18-year-old student at the Athenian College. Thanks to this paper, in June 49, he was given the first prize in the competition of the Historic Association of the College, and as a prize was the first volume of the History of Greek Literature of the Maras. So in May 49, 3 months before the fall of Gramos, Iliou supports that Korais, with his example, shows to all intellectual people the right way. He talked about a conspiracy of silence regarding bibliography, which he knows very well, and about contradicting readings, specifically from left part historiography. It is clear that there is already a cloud over bibliography. A month later, in July 49, he was expelled from the college due to his political views, but he managed to get his diploma in 50 from the experimental school without being able to continue with his studies at the university. Christos Papoutsakis remembered him as a leader of student illegal associations with the pseudonym Alexis. He lived under great danger. In January 49 in Thessaloniki, Manolis Agnagnostakis, among others, was condemned to death. Now, in the case of Philippos, the fact that he wasn't able to study at the university made him turn to his own studies, to his own researches. He started reading systematically, as it can be proven by thousands of notes and thousands of books that were saved. So he was a self-taught historian who had the passion in July 1950 to start making notes in Dimaras's book regarding Marxism and the political situation. Now, another paradox is that his safe house was Gennadius' Bibliotheki. His own leaders were surprised to find out that among illegal political dates and rendezvous, Iliou would spend his free time in the Gennadius' Bibliotheki. Maria Iliou remembers that at the time he used to post anonymously illegal articles to Gennadius in order to be able to save them. Let me tell you that when it comes to the Athenian College and his relationship with Gennadius during those years is something that is worth researching when we talk about political diplomacy that just made its first appearance. And then let me also tell you that in an unpublished research by himself, by those years, Iliou says that he wasn't able to finish this research because in the National Library, I was not allowed to enter. I was not allowed to study there. Now, during those years in Gennadios, he was convinced that within his library there were unpublished letters of Korais. Thanks to his persistence and with the collaboration of Evridiki Dimitrakopoulou, the curator, he was able to locate them in a forgotten locker. So, the first interesting study of the 22-year-old in June 53, a few months before he was exiled in Makronisi for 20 months. Philippou Ita Iliou from Korais Mails, Unpublished Letters, Athens, 1953. This is the title. It was printed in 94 pages, and Gennadios mentioned Shirley Howard Webber in order to thank them because they helped him so much with the edition of this study. This study was designed to be included in a volume that was supposed to be published by the Committee of Adriadas Korai, but this volume eventually was published in 1965 entitled Eranos Adamadion Korein. Now, these tough times left their trace. It is the only study that is signed with his initials, FHH, which can be found at the end of the volume, Iliou, his name. Now, writing about this first appearance, the methodology, the competence to study all those data, Ekaterini Komarianou will talk about the surprise that it caused. in the researches of Koreis. And it's natural because they found themselves facing a very minute detailing of Koreis of 29 unknown letters. In Gennadius, the 3 letters were found, and the copies that Gennadius had done for more 15, while 9 of them were found from the research of Iliou in the Korei Library in Chios. He will remain one of the most important historiographers until his last moment. His work had to do with a lot of innovative researches about bibliography, the story of books, the story of the Communist Party, the Greek Civil War, etc. And of course, he did not only talk about Koreis, but he gave us the letters from Amsterdam in 1976, the Asma Polemisteriou, 1982, and the ideological usages of Koreis ideas in 1983. Let me just underline here that the ideas of Koreis that were supported by Iliou is that it is a radical thinking of a person that is looking for means and solutions that would safeguard the combination of national liberation along with the institution of a democratic, equal state that would support its power in the independent will of free citizens. Now, the things promoted by Koreis are not an average, actually. They should be considered that they represent the more extreme opinions that were ever printed, the most connective design of the future that was mentioned by a Greek party. But the opposite happened, actually. In order to use the words of Dimitris Glynos that Ilios mentioned, Koreis could be the first illuminator of the Hellenic state. But he didn't, because he couldn't find someone to continue his work. The nation was not in a position to understand and take care of the seeds that he had planted. Philippos was self-taught, as I said before, but this doesn't mean that he didn't study. The difficult times did not allow him to go to university, but he found many other ways, many other teachers. One of them was Gennadius himself. There are 3 points in this edition of 79 that are worth noticing. The methodological principle based on which Gennadius worked in order to locate unknown letters of Koreis, the indirect submissions about their editions because he did not have the chance to publicize his findings. But according to Iliou, we know that if he had published, we would have one of the most excellent editions of Neo-Hellenic letter writing. Also, we're not talking about a dry description of the Koreis projects, but small studies supported in rich research. All these, and to those who know Philippos' work, know that they have the same style, actually, when we talk about the systematic research for evidence and the editions plus the bibliographic descriptions. Now, this impressive first appearance with the excellent researched unpublished letters of Koreis can be found here. The same also can be said about the new ambitious edition of the 19th century and also his own bibliography that was also unpublished and just recently started being published electronically thanks to Costa Laspa and Sofia Matveu. Let me also tell you that the notion of an active collector that operates as a researcher brings in mind the clear connection of himself with Manos Charitatos or Kostas Taikos and their own route from the passion of a collector to the research of a scientist. Also, we can talk about his teachers, Émile Legrand, Dimitris Glynos, and Kathy Dimaras. Along with the respect that he showed for the project, he also showcased the lack of respect asked by Michelet from historians. The disrespectfulness that has to do with the clear research of the researcher So when it comes to Gennadius, along with the praise from what he collected and published, Iliou, in his announcement in 1979, also showcases the ideological opinions of this work, meaning that he exposes how can a conservative, middle-aged class person could be a supporter of Korais at the end of 19th century. In order to do that, ideologically, was the return of the data and the construction of an official Korais, the leader of the Katharevousa language, an intellect and a supporter of languages. This is why he was published as... This is why he was considered as a Marxist. And in these two phases of history, along with a third that has to do religious theories of orthodoxy, Iliou examines them in his studies in 1983. In 1976, he had published a text regarding the ideological usage of history. And this new term, this innovative term that was published by him, is first applied when it comes to Korais works in 1979, especially when we talk about the Korais collection of the Gennadius library. But how can Korais be used within this ideological scheme of Gennadius, who was a very classical and ancient lover? From a very early age, as Iliou says, Gennadius considered that the ideas of public views were a national danger. Parallel to his political career, Gennadius, in the 20th century, was a very avid and violent language supporter. He wanted the Katharevousa language. He also mentioned a lot of Korais ideas, saying that he supported the public language and not the ancient language. On the other hand, the state said, post-Turks, Korais was the worst thing that happened to Greece. So the world was upside down, as Iliou says. In order for all these paradox things to happen, Korais had to stop with his theories in the 19th century. And right after the revolution, he started working on the official Hellenic ideology based on the fight against Korais ideas. From the middle of the 19th century, we started incorporating the name of Korais in the official ideology. And this meant that a lot of his work had to be cut out, which happened, of course, artistically. All the information that could be troublesome were removed. His ideas about education and religious transformations, the democratic polis, and also when it came to his language theories. So an image of Korais was manufactured that goes hand in hand with the ideology of Ioannis Gennadius. So this classicism became rigid. So it's not Gennadius that went towards Korais' way, but Korais was molded to fit the ideas of Gennadius. Philippos Iliou, as a reader of the collections of Korais in Gennadius' library, as a supporter of his critical understanding, he worked as he has learned in his student years, with the tools of the historian and with respect and disrespectfulness, which was his credo. Now, with respect and disrespectfulness regarding realia and all the people that inspired him. So we have these conjunctions of Gennadius and his history, his legacy within this library. And we also have a difference, a fertile difference. And in order to close with Philippos' words, now from this weird crossbreeding between Koreis and Gennadios, we were left with a treasure, all those precious collections that are housed in the library, and all those collections allow us to move forward with the tools and the methods of our own time towards a more precise knowledge of Koreis and his years, in order to be able to understand with greatest objectivity this important period of our history without all these images and clouds that were created by the ideological use of history. Thank you so much.
Lemmy for this wonderful speak. Our third speaker is Vangelia Balta. Vangelia Balta is Director Emerita at the Institute of Historical Research of the National Hellenic Research Foundation. Her work focuses on the economic, social, and cultural history of the Ottoman Empire, with particular emphasis on the Greek Orthodox Ram population and other Christian communities of Asia Minor. She has participated in numerous research programs in Greece, Cyprus, and Turkey, and has taught as a visiting professor at the University of Cyprus, Istanbul Sehir University, and Bilkent University. From 2010 to 2022, she taught Karamanlidika studies at the intensive summer school and Ottoman and Turkish studies, organized by Harvard and Koch University. She has organized international conferences and lecture series and has served as academic coordinator and editor of conference proceedings. She is the author and editor of over 50 books on English, French, and Turkish. She has been an honorary member of the Turkish Historical Society and since 2013 was awarded the Order of Merit of Turkey. Her paper is entitled The Scholarly Legacy of a Gennadius at the Gennadius Library. Mrs. Balta.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. In our lives, there are individuals who shape our paths, not through personal closeness, but through the lasting imprint of their work. For me, one such figure was Gennadius, whose monumental 3-volume Karamanlidika bibliography, compiled with Assumptionist Reverend Père Séverien Salaville, stands as a testament to patience and precision. Published between 1958 and 1974, the work benefits from Salaville's early recognition of its importance and his advisor role until his death in 1965. The bibliography records 333 books written in Turkish language using the Greek alphabet, published from the beginning of 18th to the end of 19th century for the enlightenment of Turkish-speaking Orthodox Christians, the Karamanlides. Initially intended to protect them from Islamization and missionary influence, these works later became vehicles for European culture transmission and, at times, bridges between the Ottoman and Greek worlds. This work inspired me and shaped the field to which I chose to devote myself: the history and culture of Turkish-speaking Orthodox Christians in Asia Minor. I did not study under D'Alessio. I met him only once on 28 June 1978 at his home on Alopeki Street number 2. The date remains inscribed in the 3rd volume he gave me. That same year, I had joined the Center for Asia Minor Studies after graduating from the Aristotle University. Selected for my knowledge of Turkish from my Anatolian refugee background and my studies of Turkish and Bulgarian language at the Institute for Balkan Studies. At the center, under the direction of Fotis Apostolopoulos, I was tasked with cataloging the Karamanlidika collection, much of which had been assembled through D'Allegio's earlier work there. In the process, I identified printed works not included in his bibliography. I brought their photocopies to him with my notes. After examining them, he told me, "I am now 90 years old. You must publish these editions. I would be happy if you continued. I am certain you will find many more." These events took place half a century ago. Since then, alongside my other scholarly pursuits, I have been systematically engaged to the study of Karamanlidika. Evgen D'Allegio started the course for me. More than 5,000 previously unknown Karamanlidika printed works have been catalogued. Conferences have been organized and numerous studies and collective volumes have been published. New scholars have entered the field, and doctoral and postgraduate theses are being produced. Karamanlidika studies have emerged as a distinct brand within Ottoman studies and have served as springboard for research into the literary production of other millets of the empire. D'Allegio worked tirelessly towards such a perspective as it is evident from the material he accumulated in his archives. In today's lecture, which aims to present the library and archive of Evgen D'Allegio, donated by his son Marios in 1989 to the Gennadius Library, a donation of great significance, I will briefly outline D'Allegio's scholarly work. He was not merely a collector, but a learned scholar who made a substantial contribution to Greek historiography, and the donation of his books and archive is inseparably linked to his intellectual legacy. Evgen D'Allegio was un sujet ottoman. He was born in 1988 in Constantinople, where he lived until 1936. A Catholic of Syros descent, he also opened a new field of inquiry in Greek historiography. In 1960, he produced the first compilation of the so-called Franco-Chiotica books, text written in the vernacular Greek language, but printed in the Latin alphabet, read by Greek-speaking Catholics and Uniats in the Aegean Islands, Smyrna, and Constantinople. This body printed material predates the Karamanlidica tradition. The first Franco-Chiotica book was published in the last years of the 16th century. I did not use the term Sujet Ottoman for D'Allegio by chance. He lived and was shaped in its multi-ethnic and multilingual capital within an intellectual milieu until 1936, when he settled in Athens with his family and his father-in-law, the renowned photographer Achilleas Samantsis. He opened up fields that were either unknown or marginalized in Greek historiography, approaching them with a rigorous historical method and keeping his distance from myths and ideological-driven narratives concerning the origin of Turcophone populations, narratives that were dominant and to a large extent remain so, as myths that sustain ideological constructs tend to endure. He became a member of the Greek Philological Society of Constantinople in 1916, the French Institute of Byzantine Studies in Paris in 1922, and the Historical and Ethnological Society of Tiflis in 1921. From 1919, when Georgia declared independence, until its Soviet conquest in 1921, he served as Georgian consul in Constantinople. This role helps explain the notable presence of Georgian materials in his personal library, including works on history, ethnography, and linguistics in both Georgian and other languages, as well as maps of Georgia and the wider Troncocaucasian region from the late 19th to early 20th centuries. The collection is especially valuable for scholars examining the break-up of the Russian Empire and the brief independence of the South Caucasus states before Sovietization. D'Allegio also compiled a bibliographie raisonnée of historical studies on Georgia. Since I have begun discussing his personal library, approximately 1,400, 500 volumes, which are now housed at the Gennadius Library, I will continue by offering an overview of its contents. I will group the titles into categories that also indicate the main thematic areas in which D'Allegio worked. I have already referred to the group of books on Georgia. He also possessed Karamanlidica books, Armeno-Turkish works, that means works printed in Turkish with Armenian script, and Franco-Chiotica publications. The latter were recently presented by Irene Solomonidi. The remaining books, which constitute the larger portion of his library, fall into the following categories: travel accounts concerning the Ottoman Empire, studies on Byzantine, Frankish, and Genoese monuments, primarily of Constantinople, and works on archaeological sites in Cappadocia and Bithynia. There were also books and journal issues related to the missionary activities of various societies in the Aegean, Anatolia, and Pontus. The collection also includes studies on the period of Latin rule, as well as on Catholic communities in the Cyclades, Chios, Smyrna, and Constantinople. It comprises numerous Turkish language dictionaries, linguistic studies on Turkey and Turkish dialects, bibliographies and catalogs of libraries, 19th century publishing houses, and museums. A substantial portion of the material extended up to 1970 focused on the Greek Orthodox, Armenian, Jewish, Levantine, and other ethno-religious communities of the Ottoman Empire. Although fewer in number, the works he gathered on Venetian rule in the Morea, the Ionian Islands, and Crete, along with those of Philhellenism, are of particular interest. In 1949, he published a collection of letters written by Ioannis Orlandos and Andreas Louriotis during the Greek Revolution of 1821. These letters, addressed to various Philhellenes, were intended to secure their support for the struggle of independence. D'Allegio began publishing early in 1912, according to the list of his works compiled by Iordanis Pamboukis in 1958. At this point, a brief parenthesis is in order. Pamboukis, who served as director of the Library of the Academy of Athens, was the proofreader of the 3 volumes of Laville D'Allegio's bibliography. He was also an avid collector of Karamanlidica books, a collection now housed at the Center for Asia Minor Studies. A wise and generous scholar, Pamboukis offered invaluable mentorship and support during my own efforts to publish the supplementary volumes of Karamanlidica printed works. I returned to D'Allegio's list of publications. It records 60 works up to 1958. These works are classified into several categories: historical studies, topographical studies of Constantinople, research on Asia Minor, publications of inscriptions from Constantinople, biographical notices, as well as various reviews. Among his pre-war publications is a study based on a manuscript from the Gennadius library. In 1938, 2 years after his settlement in Athens, he published a report written by Fra Angelo Petrica of Sonino, Patriarchal Vicar of Constantinople. This report describes the condition of the Catholic community in Pera and Constantinople at the beginning of the 17th century. We see that shortly after his arrival in Athens, D'Allegio became a reader of the Gennadius library, where he discovered the richness of its collections. A photograph from his archives shows him standing at the library's entrance in 1952, accompanied by a group of his adult students from the Piraeus branch of the Institut Français. He taught advanced classes, and his visit formed part of a broader education philosophy approach. Other photos, also in his archives, show similar trips taking his students to archaeological sites across Greece. As an instructor at the French Institute, directed by Octave Merlier, he also collaborated with the Center for Asia Minor Studies, founded by Melpo Merlier. There, he created the collection of Karamanlidica books. The most significant contribution, however, was that he moved the center beyond a narrow Greek-centered perspective, bringing it into contact with the Turkish intellectual circles of the time and, of course, of the Ottoman archives. Μπορώ να έχω λίγο νερό, παρακαλώ. Εδώ είναι. I referred many times to his archive. On the website of the Gennadius Library, there is a posted summary description of the contents of its 16 folders, in which one can trace the trajectory of D'Allegio's research interests. The archive contains notes in a cursive script that requires considerable paleographical skill to decipher, essays with corrections and additions for works he published, as well as handwritten bibliographical cards. He kept notes in French. He copied passages from English, German, and Italian books for his future research. Frequently, his Greek notes were written in the Latin alphabet. The overwhelming majority of these notes were made in the faint pencil, often on the reverse side of printed materials, such as electricity and utility bills, ballots, or black margins of newspapers, and postal envelopes. Not a single sheet of paper went to waste. Only a small number of texts are typewritten. These usually consist of papers he submitted for publication, copies from the archive of the Center for Asia Minor Studies, and copies of correspondence, personal and professional. Stavros Anestidis published his correspondence with János Ekman, a brilliant Hungarian scholar who worked on Turkic dialects and gave a series of excellent studies on Karamanlidica linguistics. D'Allegio's archive also includes a vast number of clippings from Greek and French press. Additionally, it preserves photographs from his travels in Asia Minor, as he himself was an accomplished photographer along with fragments of photographic negatives printed on glass. He kept numerous such glass negatives from the photographic archive of his father-in-law, Achilleas Amangis, stored in the kitchen, this cabinet, at his apartment. I had the opportunity to see many of them when I visited him. From this archive emerged the remarkable photographic album published by Kostas Stamatopoulos, which captures monuments and people from an Istanbul that has since disappeared or undergone profound transformation. From Daleggio's archives, I published in 2011 a small volume entitled Reliques de l'Empire Ottoman, Eugène Daleggio à la recherche de publications Karamanli, in which I brought together his notes concerning the research he undertook in 1956-57, aiming to locate Karamanlidica printed materials in refugee neighborhoods in Athens, Piraeus, in the refugee villages in Eboia, and in Constantinople and Ankara. These texts document how Daleggio and the Center for Asia Minor Studies identified, recorded, and collected books, manuscripts, photographs, and oral testimonies from Anatolian refugees in Greece. Daleggio recorded the experience of Turkish-speaking Orthodox refugees who had brought Karamanli books from after the population exchange. These books bore profound emotional and cultural significance, serving as touchable links to ancestry and homeland. His notes, concise and observant, reflect an anthropological approach, carefully documenting both the materials themselves and the lived relationships people maintained with them. His mission to Turkey in 1957 reveals a more complex environment. In Istanbul, Daleggio searched his historical object of Karamanlides left behind and engaged with figures such as Papa Eftim of the Turkish Orthodox Patriarchate, recording conversations of lasting historical importance. He also visited libraries, including those of the Patriarchate at the Great School of the Nation, and contacted American missionaries of Bible Society who had played a significant role in Karamanli publishing. Following the upheaval of 1955 in Istanbul, many collections had been dispersed, often ending up in the hands of booksellers and antiquarian dealers, whom Daleggio strategically approached at an early stage in order to secure materials for the center. Finally, the encounters with scholars, librarians, and academics in Turkey demonstrate that the late 1950s Karamanli publications had already shifted from living cultural artifacts to objects of historical inquiry. His work thus captures a critical moment when this tradition stood on the brink of disappearance, preserved a rich and multifaceted cultural legacy. I conclude. D'Alessio brought to light chapters of our intellectual heritage that were entirely unknown within the Greek scholarly sphere. He foregrounded the cultural imprint of populations belonging to the former Ottoman Empire. Turkish-speaking Orthodox Romani defined themselves through their Karamanlidika books. Alongside them were Armenians, with a corresponding through, though clearly richer and longer-lasting Armeno-Turkish print tradition. Despite the predominance of Ladino, there were texts in the Turkish language written in Hebrew script. These were communities differentiated by religion or confession, which, while speaking the language of the dominant power, wrote it each in its own alphabet, namely that of its religious textual tradition. Similarly, the Turco-Cretans and Turco-Yaniotes wrote and printed their Greek language in Arabic script, while the Franco-Levantines employed Latin characters and so forth. D'Alessio experienced his multi-ethnic society firsthand. He was a member of it, and from a young age he began to study the cultural heritage of these population groups. His interest in their history was not an isolated pursuit, but rather a natural extension of the study of the Ottoman Empire itself. The aim of his scholarly endeavor was realized through the publication of previously unknown sources, inscriptions, reports, archaeological finds, and photographic monumentation of monuments. He also produced bibliographies, fundamental tools that enabled the continuation of those pioneering studies which had enriched that we define as the history of Hellenism. My return to his papers, to his books on the occasion of preparing this lecture, became something far deeper than a simple research endeavor. It was a return to a world I had once lived in, a world shaped by individuals who dedicated themselves with remarkable care and devotion to the study and preservation of the cultural heritage of the Christians of the Ottoman Empire. I remember with gratitude Severien Salaville, Evgen D'Alessio, and Ioannis Pamboukis, who was a true teacher to me, as well as Philippos Iliou, who first introduced me to the discipline of bibliography. I also recall my particular appreciation, my acquaintance in 1987 with scholars such as Robert Annenger, Turgut Kut, and Semavi Eige, figures who, on the other side of Aegean, embody a lasting commitment to intellectual rigor and continuity in this field. And of course, I feel a big gratitude for the presence of Gennadius Library in Athens. At the end, what remains from these scholarly journeys is not merely knowledge or discovery. It is above all the people, the encounters, the bonds, and the quiet but powerful sense that we are part of a shared quest. This is, I think, the most meaningful gains of all. Thank you.
First of all, I want to thank Evangelia. Three presentation, very interesting, different points, but very interesting and complementing each other. I think, do we have time to take some questions? Or? Yes. Okay. Any questions?
To break the ice, I start from the end. A question to Evangelia, to Evangelio Balta. Before the Legio, is there any example of this type of material, Karamanli, or you spoke about a lot of varieties of hybridity. So Gennadius had an interest for this type? So there were materials? No, my question is if these manifestations were part of his conception of Hellenism. That's my question for Gennadius.
Gennadius' library was included Karamanlidika books. And if you see the first volume of Karamanlidika bibliography published in 1958, you will find many reference to Gennadius' library. I am not as Poppy Polemi, who count the numbers of Philippos bibliography, Greek bibliography with the founds in Gennadius' library. But be sure that there are many books, not only Karamanlidika, but also Armenoterkis, also Franco-Chiotica books in the collection of Gennadius. And also, as we saw yesterday, he gathered manuscripts, Karamanlidika manuscripts. That means for Gennadius, this legacy was a legacy of Hellenism. Philippos Iliou, in his previews before the publication of the last volumes of the new edition of Greek bibliography with Poppy Polemi didn't include these prints in his supplement additions done in the bibliography of Legrand, etc. But lastly, he understood that all these production was a production of Hellenism.
Just to say that it's also in the exhibition, the first Frankochotiki edition belonged to the initial collection of Ioannis Gennadius, 1602, printed in Rome. So he was interested.
1595.
I said the second.
Okay.
So it was the second, and it's in his catalog. He notes about all these particularities of Frankochiotica or Karamalidica and so on. Another question?
Can I ask a question of Leonora Navari? Thank you very much for giving us, I mean, both you and Poppy Polemi and Evangelia, I mean, for giving a personal note, a personal touch in everything you said. We've heard a lot of, I have heard a lot of things from you about Frank Walton. And you did, I mean, a wonderful job sort of talking about him. I wanted to ask if his way of learning about the bibliography, you know, I've been here now for 22 years, longer than his. I'm not sure I know the library half as well as he did. What is the best way to think about the Gennadius collection?
It's very complicated because the collections are so widespread. Because Frank took one subject, that is, books printed during the 16th century from this particular bibliography, and went through the lists of books and checked against the card catalog to see what was in the library. I mean, it's in order to do something similar, you'd have to take a bibliography, for example, there is a bibliography of lithographed illustrative works belonging to a particular collector. Now, you could take this catalog, go through, notice the books that have something to do with Greece, the Ionian Islands, Turkish coast, and so forth, and check to see if they're in the library. But this is a very time-consuming way of going about this. I suppose the other way you could do it would be to simply read Gennadius's own catalogs.
Simply.
I was very impressed, actually, with the illustrations that Mr. Grimanis showed us of the catalogs that Gennadius himself produced. They're amazing. They're absolutely amazing. And George's comments on how Gennadius conceived of this, I suppose, panorama, I would say, of Hellenism and what it involved, and the fact that he actually owned a Karamanlidika manuscript that he had bought himself. It's amazing that he even knew about it, that such a thing existed. The Frankochiotica are more common, but I mean, that's the only way I could think of to explain it.
Other questions?
Thank you. Sorry, just a question. Did Gennadius mostly published about politics and catalogued privately his material? Did he write anything about Karaman Lidica, anything about Greek, say beyond Greece, if you understand what I mean, but also anything that had to do with he had a lot of Ottoman collections, which is also to an extent not so obvious because, it is, Greece and the Ottoman Empire were mixed, but there's also a lot of nationalism going on. But so, did he write about it? Did he think a lot about these? I'm asking all of you, anyone who knows, about this. I don't.
Answer.
No, I cannot answer because I don't know. I didn't search the archive of Gennadius. I don't know what he thought, if there was something as political thoughts on this subject. You have to know that if you are a collector of the kind of Gennadius, who collected everything connected on Greek world, the Hellenism, the big Hellenism, from the antiquity to the modern Greek. And also as a diplomat, served in Constantinople. In 19th century, he lived with all these poor peoples, Turkish-speaking Greeks, Armenian, High Hurums, Jewish, Levantines, Jews, Levantines, etc. For him was something natural, if it is an answer for your question. But yeah, perhaps there are many traces on this issue in his archive, and we wait the future generation. We worked.
Yeah, we thought we had to leave.
Here.
We thought we had to leave something
yes,
for the next 100 years.
Yeah. You have to work on this.
Okay.
Can I ask one question to Poppy Polemi? Μπορώ να την πω στα αγγλικά, μπορώ. Was Philippos Iliou a collector? And since, you worked with him so intimately, did he ever say anything about the Gennadios in terms of, why did it belong to the American school? Was this a good thing, a bad thing?
He was a collector. He was jealous of Gennadius. Okay. He would like to have much more money and buy much more books, more books. But no, I think that he was very happy that the collection was here. He wouldn't be happy if it was donated in the National Library, where I belong now.
Okay.
Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Welcome back to this, the third session, Collectors and the Libraries. It's a great pleasure to introduce Jason McGilligood, who's the director of Marshall's Library in Dublin, founded in 1707. He was educated at University College Dublin, St John's in Cambridge, former fellow of Merton in Oxford. He is the treasurer of the Consortium of European Research Libraries, and he's currently researching the subject of book theft during the 18th century. Jason.
Thank you, Christian, and it's a great pleasure to be here with you at the beautiful Gennadius Library, and I'm grateful to the director for the invitation to Athens. This is a presentation about the personal library of Benjamin Guinness, who was born in London in 1937 and died in London in 1992. It's a talk about how where one happens to be born is not necessarily the same as one's national identity. And I will discuss how Benjamin used his library to project his internal sense of who and what he was. So Benjamin lived most of his life in Ireland, and from the early 1960s, he was the chairman of, yes, the world-famous drinks company that bore his surname. His ancestor, Arthur Guinness, had founded the brewery way back in 1759. And you could say that the Guinnesses were and are the most famous Irish surname, but also brand name. When Benjamin's father died in 1967, he inherited a British aristocratic title as the third Earl of Ivy. And how, you might reasonably ask, in a republic such as Ireland, could he accede to a title of nobility granted by the British monarch? Well, the earldom of Ivy was granted to the Guinness family before Ireland became independent in 1922. It and other similar titles are a legacy from a constitutional order that no longer exists. They're recognised in the United Kingdom, but they have no legal standing in the Irish Republic. And one of the themes of this presentation will be how the dual identities of Benjamin Guinness can be traced in his collection and his collecting habits. So upon inheriting the family business and the family title, Benjamin became the owner of the family house at Farmley in the Phoenix Park, although house is a little bit of an understatement. The significance, and you can see here, these are some of the interiors with the purpose-built Austrian oak-lined library in the centre. And you can get something of the significance of the family in Irish society because the house is located in the Phoenix Park. It's a large 1,700-acre park in the centre of Dublin, and there are only 3 private residences in the Phoenix Park. One is the Guinness family, one is the President of Ireland, and the other is the American ambassador. So you could say that this is the holy trinity of independent Ireland: Guinness, the President, and America. And you can see here, actually, if I can just use this. For those online, I'm pointing up at the left-hand corner. This is the family house. This is the American ambassador's residence, and this is the president's house. And the Guinness family were given unique permission. The house is actually just outside the walls of the park, but they were given unique permission to break through the walls of the park so that they could access the long driveway down here, down towards the Guinness brewery, because it would be inconvenient to have to go away around the long way. So upon inheriting the family business, he moved into that house and gave free rein to his passion for collecting books. Today, his library of 4,200 exceptional items survives intact at Farmley House. It contains volumes from many countries and periods, but its main strengths lie in the period from the 17th to the 20th centuries. There are earlier items, such as this 13th century manuscript history of Ireland, but most of the material relates to the period from the 17th to the 20th centuries. And the collection has two great poles of interest, both of which were dependent upon Benjamin's self-identification, as he often said, as a proud Irishman. Now, he knew there were very many people in Ireland in the 20th century who saw him not as Irish, but as English or British. And for him, his collection was a way of asserting his national identity. The first great emphasis of his collection is in the first editions of the canonical great Irish writers, and you'll all know the names, Samuel Beckett, Seamus Heaney, James Joyce, Jonathan Swift, Oscar Wilde, and W.B. Yeats. He prided himself on having very fine copies of everything, but he wasn't just slavishly following celebrity. He also bought material produced by a range of minor Irish literary figures, and he was enthusiastic about fine and private art presses, such as the firm of Dún Emer that you see here, which was active in the first decade of the 20th century. And although as a man from his particular background, he had no knowledge of the Irish or Gaelic language, he also amassed an important collection of early printed Gaelic texts because Irishness in all its different forms was important to him. His other emphasis was on fine 18th century bookbindings produced in Dublin. Now, the city was famous for producing some of the best examples of the craft during the 18th century in Europe. And this was largely due to the presence of highly skilled Huguenot refugees whose families had been expelled by Louis XIV at the end of the 17th century. And here I've taken just to show you some 4 examples of the same text by Sallust, published in Dublin in 1772, and these are 4 octavo copies of the same text bound by different owners in the 18th century, and they give you a sense of the distinctive style of Irish bookbinding in the 18th century. He didn't initially set out to collect this material, but he found himself at a unique moment when historic books were coming onto the market because of the financial crisis of the great houses of the gentry and the aristocracy. So this class had flourished under British rule, but saw no future for themselves in the new independent state. After independence, there was a civil war in which about 300 of their great houses were torched, many of which had very fine libraries. And this is one particularly poignant example, Macroom Castle and its very fine library burnt down to the ground in 1922 during the Civil War. And many of those from that class who avoided being burnt out in the Civil War subsequently sold up the contents of their houses, including their libraries, and left for Britain. By contrast, the Guinness family continued to flourish after Irish independence, largely because their iconic product was quintessentially Irish, and they were also significant manufacturers and employers. Benjamin was able to amass a truly world-class collection of these bindings because he had 3 unique attributes. He had money, and he had a lot of it. He had a very developed bibliographical sensibility, and he also had the opportunity afforded by the financial ruin of almost all the other great houses in Ireland. His children have told me that he took great pleasure in repatriating books to Ireland that had ended up in the possession of London book dealers. And his books were a key component of his national identity, but I think it's important to stress that he wasn't a nationalist in a political sense. In fact, apart from 2 very intriguing exceptions, he steered clear of Ireland's tumultuous political history. The first exception consists of manuscripts that he purchased relating to Daniel O'Connell, born in 1775 and died in 1847. Now, O'Connell was from a very wealthy family of Catholic landowners in the southwest of Ireland, a rare group indeed in the 18th and 19th century. He became a lawyer who was elected as a member of the Westminster Parliament, and in 1829 secured civil rights for Catholics for the first time within the United Kingdom. And O'Connell was a man who was committed to exclusively peaceful means to achieve full civil and religious liberties for all within the United Kingdom, as well as some possible future measure of separation for Ireland from the United Kingdom, even if that meant retaining a link with the British Crown. So he wasn't a Republican. There would be some sort of external association with the British Crown. And it does seem that Benjamin Guinness was inspired by O'Connell's model of peaceful, non-sectarian politics and his conception of what the island could be and what the nation could be in the future. The second exception to Benjamin's avoidance of contentious politics concerns original manuscripts that he bought by and about Sir Roger Casement. Now, Roger Casement was an Irishman who became a very senior British diplomat and who was knighted by King George V in 1911, coincidentally the same year that the Guinness family were created the Earls of Ivy. Casement was created a Knight of the Realm in 1911, but he turned against the British Empire and was involved in helping to organise the insurrection in Dublin in 1916. He was captured bringing guns and ammunition from Germany to Dublin in advance of the fighting, tried in London and hanged as a traitor to the Crown. There was a very vocal international campaign calling for clemency for Casement, but this was undermined when his private diaries, which had vivid details of his homosexuality, were made public by the British government. For much of the past century, Casement has been a strangely marginal historical figure, condemned as a traitor in Britain and ignored as an embarrassment by very many Irish nationalists. He was in many ways quite an imposing and impressive figure. You can see here he's handcuffed, he's been taken away, he is about to be very soon hanged by the neck, but he has made sure that he's extremely well dressed, he holds his hat, and he has a very nice handkerchief in his pocket. So Benjamin Guinness could have chosen to collect material about any of the 20th century Republican leaders involved in that rising or any other period, or any other tumultuous event throughout the early 20th century, but he didn't. What's intriguing to see is that of all the men executed, he chose to purchase items relating to a man from his own social, political, and religious class who at different points in his life first saw himself as British, then came to see himself as Irish and British, and then finally decided that he was simply Irish. So Casement shows us that identity is both complex and always evolving in response to external stimuli and events. And we see something of that complexity mirrored in Benjamin Guinness's personal collection of books and manuscripts. So the Guinness family sold Farmley House in 2008. They sold it to the state, the Irish government, and it now functions as the official guest house of the Irish state for visiting foreign dignitaries. And in 2009, the Guinness family donated the library within the house to my institution, Marsh's Library, on the condition that the collection remain intact in perpetuity on site in the original oak-panelled library. So after the last decade and a half, we've worked with the state to facilitate and improve access to the collections for scholars, one of the great themes of this conference, I think. Yet the library has also served as a location to welcome visiting dignitaries and heads of state. One of the most significant visits came in 2011, when the head of state of the United Kingdom visited Ireland, the first such visit since independence. And she and her husband stayed at Farmley House and were shown one of the great jewels of Benjamin Guinness's collection. This is a manuscript prepared for her predecessor, Queen Elizabeth I, in the 16th century, which explains the similarities between the Irish language and Latin, and then provides the relevant translation into English. And she was then presented with an exact replica of the manuscript as a token of the long-standing historical and cultural relations between the two countries. Ireland will soon host the revolving presidency of the EU for 6 months from the 1st of July 2026. And I note that in exactly 1 year later, Greece will be in the same position. You can see it there. So it's Ireland, Lithuania, and then Greece. I can tell you that there's currently an awful lot of work being done to make buildings across the country beautiful for the foreign and visiting dignitaries. And there's feverish activity to make Farmley House ready to receive high-level government and diplomatic meetings, as well as overnight visits from foreign dignitaries. One small but not insignificant part of the preparations at Farmley is to produce an exhibition from Benjamin's rare books and manuscripts that highlights Ireland's long-standing cultural links with Europe. So we'll use a small selection of Benjamin Guinness's remarkably rich collection to say something about the breadth and the depth of our connection with Europe. And you might well ask in this context whether we're going to show any items with a connection to Greece. And I'm happy to reply that the answer is yes. Within the exhibition, pride of place will go to this beautifully bound book published in Dublin in 1756. The first owner venerated this book so much that he paid for the most complicated, the most ornate, and the most accomplished binding produced during the entire 18th century in Ireland. And looking at the image here, I should say to you that we didn't squeeze the book down to take this photo. This is a digital image taken from above. It's turned around and then it's turned on the back. So I just got the library director in me just got a horrible feeling down the back of my neck when I saw that image. I need to explain to you that we didn't do that. So the quality of the binding workmanship suggests that the book was an object of adoration or worship. And the binder, and you can see it here, has performed, over the entire book, has performed around 32,000 individual strikes with gold leaf to the boards and spine. And developed independently a technique you can see here with the lines known as featherwork, which was unique to Ireland, in Dublin in particular, in the 18th century, and then died out until it was independently invented again by the great French binder Paul Bonnet after the Second World War. So what is the book that has been so beautifully bound and collected by Benjamin Guinness? Well, it's an edition by Thomas Leland from 1756 of the works of the great Athenian orator Demosthenes. And the 1756 edition was widely read across the English-speaking world during the 18th century and inspired some of the leading figures, as I don't need to tell people in this audience, behind the American Revolution. The orations were popular because Demosthenes was seen as the archetype of the honest, incorruptible politician, a man who stood for democracy and against the tyranny and militarization of Philip II of Macedon. So it's Demosthenes' exalted status in Enlightenment circles which explains why this edition was so widely distributed in an English translation across the English-speaking world, but also why the owner chose to spend a huge amount of time and money to ensure that it was decorated to the highest possible standard. There is a direct link between the beauty of Demosthenes' ideas and the beauty of the binding work. So to conclude, Benjamin Guinness's collection is relatively small at 4,200 items, yet the quality of the items he purchased was exceptional, and in doing so he managed to tell us something subtle about his self-image and how it perhaps changed over time and in response to external stimuli. He was not, strictly speaking, Irish if that identity is defined only in terms of political republicanism or cultural separation, as it was for much of the 20th century. But his identity and his library tell us about perhaps different ways, older ways, other ways to be Irish that may be important for the future if there is, as may seem likely, a referendum on unification of the island at some point over the coming decades. The Benjamin Ivy collection will be put to great diplomatic uses over the coming years. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jason, for this paper, which picks up on so many of the themes which we have heard about earlier today, about the complications of constructing nationalisms. I'm sure we can explore some of that later on. It's now my great pleasure to introduce Anna Karakatsuli. She is European professor in theatre studies at the University of Athens, director of the Book History Lab, also at the University of Athens, and her research covers book history, revolutions, colonialism, and far-right movements. She's preparing an English translation of her study on the transnational aspects of the Greek War of Independence. Thank you very much for coming today, and we look forward to hearing your paper.
You should be seeing my PowerPoint there, but you don't. Καλημέρα σε όλους. Από δική μου παρανόηση αυτό το κείμενο γράφτηκε αρχικώς στα αγγλικά. Θα το ακούσετε στα ελληνικά. Θα δείτε το PowerPoint στα αγγλικά. Ελπίζω ότι μπορούμε να το συντονίσουμε. Σε αντίθεση με τα δημόσια ιδρύματα, οι προσωπικές βιβλιοθήκες είναι ιδιωτικοί χώροι και συνήθως δημιουργούνται για χρήση από περιορισμένο αριθμό ατόμων ή ακόμα και από ένα μόνο άτομο. Αυτές οι ιδιωτικές βιβλιοθήκες συνήθως αντανακλούν τα ειδικά ενδιαφέροντα του κατόχου,
allowing for a depth of collection in particular areas that may far surpass what public libraries can offer. The documentary potential of private library allows us to raise and address questions regarding the connection between collections and the book collector's mindset, the origins of the transfer of socioeconomic and political concepts, and the nature of their reception in a specific place and time. A private library serves as a symbol of an era, becoming a repository of cultural code to which one turns not so much for the information provided by the book's content, but for that which arose as a result of the library's existence. This includes features of the collection such as thematic repertoire, linguistic affiliation, traces of literary use, marginalia, ex libris, inscriptions, individual bindings, and design style. A comprehensive analysis of all components of the culture of ownership makes the book an important source of historical and cultural information. Private libraries are a significant part of our cultural and intellectual fabric, and they have also played a notable role in developing public collections after their owners' deaths, as is the case of the Gennadius Library. Furthermore, because they're not open to the public, private libraries can cultivate their collections more intimately, free from the pressures of criticism and censorship. Only recently have private libraries been discussed as a viable means of getting around book banning laws in the United States. On the other hand, last October in Greece, the contents of a doctoral student's private library were considered incriminating evidence for his conviction to 10 imprisonment with a charge of terrorism. Our analysis today explores an under-researched field of study, the interplay between personal libraries and political engagement in the even less known subfield of far-right activism. The importance and utility of such a book collection provide valuable insights into the print production associated with the far right in Greece, as well as the function of print culture within this particular context. While undoubtedly politics is an integral part of any public library leadership, through their design to build citizenship knowledge and improve some aspects of social justice, and also because a heavy percentage of institutional funding is tied to public funding, private libraries have been mostly studied for their historical collections of rare books or for the exceptional personality of the collector. When discussing robust political engagement, however, we should rethink referring to the owner as a collector. The library's purpose extends beyond merely preserving old books or a passion for literature. It is focused on actively contributing to a political cause and fostering a continuous commitment to that cause. As a virtual example of this category, one may cite the America First Reading List. This was a Google Doc published online in May 2020 by Milo Yiannopoulos and Michelle Malkin, featuring 197 titles organized under categories such as culture, the West, race, Christianity, religion, literature, and American politics. Each title was assessed for reading difficulty and accompanied by detailed guidance on what to buy and how to read it. This list served as their blueprint for creating a private library that reflected right-wing authoritarianism, nationalism, and in certain instances, white supremacy. We do not know its impact on its supposed target group, but it nevertheless sparked several articles on hate reads, whether there is such a thing as far-right literature, and how it links with the real-world violence. Our case study is a private library located in the south of the Peloponnese. I visited it repeatedly in 2022 and 2023 to record its contents for my research on far-right publishing activity in Greece since 1974. The fact that public libraries in Greece rarely include books from nationalist and far-right publishers in their acquisition policies, and that the few such titles found in their collections usually come from random donations, significantly hinders research and leaves large gaps. A considerable portion of the source documentation for my research and the analysis of both in-print and out-of-print books was therefore derived from materials discovered in private libraries as well as through personal interviews with publishers, booksellers, and activists associated with nationalist and far-right groups. The individuals I spoke with typically referred to themselves as collectors, which adds to my skepticism regarding this label. The owner of the library is a family man in his mid-50s, actively engaged in commerce and involved in car part imports from Germany. According to his statement, he holds degrees in economics and political science from Athens and has spent some time living and working in Germany. He served as the representative for external relationships for Golden Dawn, forging connections with the neo-Nazi National Democratic Party of Germany, NDP, and the far-right coalition known as the European National Front, ENF, maintaining these ties even after he left the party in 2013. He then founded a small publishing firm called To Antidoto, which has been managing since 2014. My informant has transformed his basement into a library housing over 6,000 titles, including several complete series of far-right periodical publications, which is quite rare. As a result of the owner's former affiliation with the neo-Nazi organization Golden Dawn, his book collection refers mostly to the extremist variant of far-right ideology, and the dominant publishing houses are Eleftheri Skepsis and the numerous imprints controlled by Golden Dawn. One remarkable feature is the collection's broad geographic scope, namely its large selection of books, magazines and pamphlets published in Thessaloniki. These publications are overlooked by analysts based in Athens. Moreover, the collection also includes a substantial number of recent academic works on the global rise of the far right, along with insightful scholarly analysis in Greek, English, and German. Work that I also have included in my literature. Eleftheri Skepsis was the first far-right publishing house to emerge after the fall of the junta as early as 1976. It published more than 500 titles till 2017, when it officially ceased to exist at its founder's death. The movement began with a band of youthful nationalists in Athens, students and recent graduates, who issued a 32-page magazine called To Kínημα in October 1975. For the first 2 years, To Kínημα was a low-cost typewritten publication reproduced by Mimograph and distributed by militants. Our informant has an almost complete run of its issues, and we have therefore been able to determine that it was still in circulation in October 1983, whereas it was previously believed to have ceased operations in 1981. In October 1976, the founding team took the next step and created a tiny bookshop and a publishing house, both named Eleftheri Skepsis, located on Hippokratou Street. The management was entrusted to Vladimiros Psychakis, a top member of the organization born in Alexandria, Egypt, in 1943. Andreas Dendrinos, described as a Greek National Socialist intellectual and a former close collaborator of Kostas Plevris in his 4th of August party, served as its pundit. According to their statements, the incentive was to supply basic tests of Greek nationalism to a growing number of young nationalists left disoriented after the fall of the colonial's dictatorship. At first, they sold second-hand out-of-print books of the first half of the 20th century, and they soon began to print titles that no mainstream publisher took the initiative to reprint during the vigorous first Metapolitevsi years. The inaugural titles published in 1978 were a book by Ion Dragoumis, a short essay on heredity laws, and a humorous book. From the start, Eleftheri Skepsis specialized in extremist, anti-Semitic, anti-communist, revisionist, and pro-Nazi works. Several were translations of prominent Nazi leaders, far-right nationalists, and revisionists. Approximately one-fifth of the titles published by 1995 were translations of Nazi and anti-Semitic literature, authored by individuals such as Adolf Hitler, Joseph Goebbels, Joachim von Ribbentrop, Dietrich Eckart, Julius Evola, Robert Forison, and André Lefebvre, often translated by Andreas Dendrinos himself. Dendrinos, who had studied and worked abroad, sought to establish links between the Greek far right and the then rising Nouvelle Droite in Europe. Thus, for a few years, till the end of the 80s, Eleftheri Skepsis published an important number of translations of Alain de Benoit's other Nouvelle Droite pamphlets, along articles from its magazines in the form of a book. In the collection that we present here, one may find rare booklets that document this close collaboration with new right magazines, such as Elements, Crisis, and The Scorpion. While Eleftheri Skepsis gradually reduced its operations at the end of the 20th century, new publishing houses took up the charge. The first to appear was the neo-Nazi extremist organization Golden Dawn, Χρυσή Αυγή in Greek, initially established as a publishing initiative. In December 1980, the monthly magazine Χρυσή Αυγή Εθνικοσοσιαλιστική Περιοδική Έκδοση, founding by the 23-year-old Nikos Michaloliakos, circulated its first issue. In 1982, Golden Dawn deepened its publishing business, establishing its own publishing house of the same name, which brought out neo-Nazi World War II pamphlets, a work by Julius Evola, some poetry collections, and the Declaration of Barcelona of the neo-fascist Europe-wide alliance New European Order. In 1987, the magazine doubled its page count to 32 and introduced new specialized columns, placing a clear emphasis on sister neo-Nazi organizations from around the globe. By 1989, it had expanded further, increasing its page count 52, acquiring a color cover in red and black, and even attempting to launch a monthly newspaper titled Etos Miden, Year Zero. That means, although this effort was unsuccessful, the library holds the sole issue of the newspaper documenting its existence. Our research there also also allowed us to document the multiplication of imprints established by Golden Dawn, such as Ηλιοφόρος, Αγνίας, Καλό, Νέα Σπάρτη, GD Κατάστημα, Τρίμορφος, Άπιον, Αντεπίθεση, and Λόγχη. Nazi and revisionist literature was translated and published. Such as the second Lochter report, Drachau, Mauthausen, Harheim by Fred Lochter, with a foreword by Rofter Forison, and Οι φιλοσοφικές βάσεις του εθνικοσοσιαλισμού by Otto Dietrich, press chief of the Third Reich. The book list of this period also contains anti-communist narratives concerning the Greek Civil War, text by Julius Evola and the French-born Greek fascist and Nazi sympathizer Savitri Devi, and writings by key organization members. A significant turning point occurred in 2012 when Golden Dawn entered the Greek parliament as the sixth largest party, with an election campaign centered on security and immigration issues. This success gave the party nationwide visibility through parliamentary sessions and granted access to state and other political funding. Financial resources allocated to the organization's publishing activities were subsequently increased. During Golden Dawn's parliamentary period, it published the ideological review titled Meandros, issued every 2 months. This luxury color edition initially consisted of 52 pages and later expanded to 68, replacing the original Χρυσή Αυγή magazine. Furthermore, a new party newspaper, Ebros, was launched weekly on Saturdays to serve as a voice for every Greek patriot and to expose truths concealed or distorted by mainstream media. Golden Dawn initiated additional publishing ventures such as popular nationalist publications, which reproduced previously published texts from other Golden Dawn imprints, and Diotima, which released only 2 titles. The party's parliamentary foundation, EGIS, also produced costly volumes, including collective works, conference minutes, and works authored by party members, all characterized by an ultranationalist orientation and rather thin content. In total, around 110 publications have been attributed to Golden Dawn from 1980 onward, with a majority published between 2000 and 2021. These works featured mainly anti-Semitic, Nazi and neo-Nazi themes, along with pseudo-scientific studies on ancient Sparta, geopolitical analysis of Russia and Turkey. Due to the significant loss of online records on publishing activities following the organization's conviction in October 2020, physical copies now retained in private libraries serve as critical historical evidence. Additionally, this private collection contains rare works from small publishers that produce pamphlets and booklets. Although these items are largely forgotten today, they were quite influential during their time. This is the case, for instance, for Arcadia editions, founded by Nikos Vergidis in the mid-80s, and the series To Rewrite History, with titles such as Stalin's Double Assassination, A New Approach to Bolshevik History, Nero and Jesus Christ, Full Light to the Darkest Moment of World History, etc. The variety of titles and places of origin reveals the extent of extremist publishing activity in Greece and the importance of local publishers. As pointed by Roger Griffin, they may be viewed as representatives of the groupuscular, as we may call them, right. Many of these formations can be observed to behave as fully developed, highly specialized, and largely autonomous grouplets that simultaneously form the constituents of an amorphous, leaderless, and centralist cellular network of political ideology, organization, and activism. These too tiny to mention and often ephemeral formations of the extreme right, instead of denoting political weakness, are to be seen as a product of a sophisticated process of evolutionary adaptation to contemporary realities that allows extreme variants of revolutionary nationalism to survive in the post-fascist age in a form that is largely resistant to attempts to suppress them. Equally helpful are the numerous magazines such as Νέα Τάση, Το Αντίδοτο, Patria, Ο Έλληνας Εργάτης, Ανάκτηση, etc. These resources are indispensable for contemporary discourse, offering valuable insights into shifts in social dynamics and identifying the divisions and collaborations that arise among groups and individuals, most domestically and internationally. In summary, the findings of my research at this private library provide, first, substantial evidence for the distinction between the two fractions within the Greek far right, the extrovert, extremist, neo-Nazi one engaging in publishing exchanges and international collaborations, and the domestic ethnocentrist one that stands isolated, insisting on the uniqueness and superiority of the Greek nation and the Greek language. Judging from the titles preserved there and the fact that titles from Greek nationalist publishers are practically absent, it can be ascertained that the gap between the two trends is deep. The printed materials housed within private libraries offer a glimpse into the diverse array of activities and the networks that emerged. We heard that yesterday for collectors in England and the book-selling activity in which Gennadius was involved. The books and magazines discreetly stored in these spaces stand as silent witnesses to an intellectual output often overlooked by the official custodians of historical memory. Therefore, we cannot but stress the importance of private collections for the exploration of marginal subcultures, including far-right movements. Diverse print materials serve as valuable resources, facilitating a deeper understanding of these subcultures, and we could extend this observation to other categories such as minority editions, pulp fiction, sports magazines, and pornography, among others. Every category offers unique viewpoints and valuable information, which together are crucial for thoroughly understanding how society functions and evolves. Thank you.
Celebration of Gennadius, but I had in mind to speak in Greek. I'll switch it immediately. Το celebrate 100 χρόνια φαίνονται σε αυτό το πρώτο slide, νομίζω.
So we are celebrating 100 years of the Gennadius library. Well, what I planned to say about the Gennadius library and the books, it was covered with the amazing speech by Mrs. Solomonidou and Christopoulou that a library such as Gennadius library is not a vault. It's not a vault that should be locked with books to be admired, but it is an ark of knowledge that produces, under the right circumstances and under the right people, they produce innovation, scholarships. They are tools for the future. So my speech is a case study regarding the subjects that were discussed by the speakers yesterday, meaning an important role of an edition. And I have an example here. You can see the first and the last page. We're talking about the epitome of the mathematical syntaxis by Regiomontanus of Ptolemy. On the left, we have this amazing lithography with a bit of grammatical mistakes, but with the first look, it doesn't give us anything, it doesn't say anything, but at the end we can find a lot of information regarding this edition. I will skip those slides because they were already discussed. So many papers were written based on this book because supposedly it affected the conviction of Copernicus about the precision of his works. So I made up a narrative, a little narrative that goes hand in hand with that opinion, meaning the way the Greek the literature affected the revolution and the Enlightenment periods. So I have 4 or 5 protagonists in my speech. The basic protagonist is Ptolemy. Copernicus is the second, who had the great ambition to replace Ptolemy, and he did it in the history of astronomy. And then we have these amazing Greeks, Pontic Greeks. In Rome, Georgos Trapezundas and Cardinal Vissarion, and a few other understudies, let's say. So let's start with Ptolemy, and let me give you some information, because I guess not everyone knows the story of astronomy. Astronomy was one of the first objects of philosophers' thinking, and in fact it was a hidden science, let's say. From the beginning of history, we have Thales, who predicted nautical astrology. Then we have all the Pythagorean researchers and followers, such as Croton, that were thinking about the world, about the planets, all of that. But they are all described in legends. We do not have evidence. Today, everything regarding Pythagoras is regarded as fables. Even his own birth is questioned. But Ptolemy has a lot of historical evidence and saves the ideas that were disseminated and are much more stronger than reality. And anyone who deals with that thing can discern between myths and evidence. Nevertheless, I don't think that anybody here questions the existence of the Pythagorean theorem. So astronomy starts from there and continues with the appearance of the written word, where the evidence is much more substantial. And astronomy enters the fields of academy, the Academia of Plato, in his dialogue Timaeus, which is a political text, but it mentions the movements of the planets, etc. Then it goes to the Lyceum, with the famous research per Urano, which was considered as the basis of astronomy for decades. And then, later on, it goes to the world of science. Hipparchus was the first researcher of astrology that uses trigonometry, does hundreds of measurements with just a ruler. These are the only tools available at the time. And he records the dawn and the set of the sun, of planets, of stars, so that he can predict the future and the zodiac signs, etc. But Hipparchos does a lot of scientific breakthroughs. He was the first one to say that the axis under which the Earth rotates also rotates, meaning that the Earth has an elliptical rotation. And then we reach Ptolemy. So Ptolemy took all of this previous information with his amazing intellect and developed a system, a description of the sky. He realized that all this entire structure of philosophical thinking by Plato and Aristotle, that everything has to be in harmony, all the planets should be moving in harmony. Well, he was quite critical about that. He was very courageous, very brave actually, to doubt this normalcy, because he saw, for example, that yes, the planets move in circular rotations, but Jupiter at some points goes back. Aphrodite also goes in retrograde. And he said, okay, that's weird. So his system was much more complex. Instead of the planets moving in a specific circle, he changed the way they move, he explained them, he found other types of anomalies. Nevertheless, he created a system which is used even today in order to understand all these phenomena, meaning that we can have a lot of theories, as many theories as we want, but the reality should define the theory. And this theorem was so important that no one even dared to question it up until 200 years ago. And if we take a look at the history of astronomy, all these who wanted to say something extra, something more, had to go through Ptolemy. The truth is I never follow my own slides, but anyway. Now, Ptolemy's works were saved by the Byzantium, and we should be quite clear about that. The two most important manuscripts are found, one in France and one in the Vatican. Also, another important thing, the Arab translation of Cremona's was something quite of a revelation. He didn't know math, he didn't know astronomy, so his translations had to be corrected for accuracy. But we need to realize something here, that up until the invention of printing, all this knowledge that came from the East or from the West were only written in manuscripts. And it's not easy to write a manuscript, especially a manuscript of mathematics or astronomy. And it's not cheap also. It is not a cheap work to pay someone to write a manuscript for you. So when we talk about the world of the West, we mean that some specific universities who had the money to pay for a manuscript, such as Oxford, Paris, Vienna, Bologna, no, I doubt that. So this is the dissemination that we're talking about. And this was until the invention of the printing press. During the same period, there is huge interest about astronomy, so great astronomers of the time tried to write summaries to be used as teaching materials. So in order to finish this journey, Cremona's translation was issued in 1515. Then I'm going to talk about the translation of George of Trebizond, who was published in 1528, and then the first edition of the Greek text that was published in 1538 in Nuremberg. And in order for you to understand how difficult was this publication, the next publication after 1538 happened in 1813 in Paris. So it was difficult to deal with astronomy. So I talked about Ptolemy. I had pretty much all I had to say, and especially this last phrase that everybody who wanted to deal with astronomy had to go through Ptolemy. Now let's go talk about two very important players in this project. Both of them were Pontic Greeks. Cardinal Vissarion, who was born in Trebizond. He studied under the Metropolitan of Trebizond. He understood that he's a very smart person, and he sent him to Istanbul. Of course, we don't know how, but anyway. So he started moving in the world of academia. Chrysokokis was his teacher. And Chrysokokis knew mathematics, knew astronomy. We have a lot of his manuscripts here in Gennadius. Philelphos, who was a very smart person that played an important role during the end of the empire, the final days of the empire. And the third person, well, I forget him anyway, but it was Marcos Evgenikos. He moved to Florence afterwards. Who is, let's say, the Latin version of Istanbul at the time. So Cardinal Vissarion, he was the Bishop of Nicaea. He traveled to Mistras in the Peloponnese and studied there with under Plythonas. He went back to Istanbul. And he participates in the Ferrara Synod in 1937 in Florence. So a little anecdote I will tell you about him. As he was traveling to Italy by boat, he was traveling with Nicholas Cusanus, who was quite involved with mathematics. He wanted to he believed that in order to approach God, which is the infinite, you have to understand maths. So on the boat, as they were traveling, Cusanus had read a letter regarding Pythagoras. And he told Vissarionas that most people here do not know Greek. Can we translate this letter? Vissarionas sent this letter to a monk in Vatopedi called Chalkiopoulos, who was living in Magna Graecia by translating Greek texts to Latin. And he died over the age of 100. But Cusanus was interested about these letters because Copernicus was interested as well. So Vissarion in the Cathedral of Florence in 1939, he gave a unifying speech He went back to Istanbul, he was chased, he went back to Rome, and he was accepted in the papal entourage. And of course, you know that Vissarion was one of the greatest collectors of Greek manuscripts. He gifted 480 Greek manuscripts to Marciana. Anyways, this is what Vissarion was about. So in Rome, Georgios of Trebizond appears. He bears the name of Trebizond, but he is not from there. He was born in Italy. But he grows up in a quite Latin environment, in the papal environment of Rome. And the mentions of Trebizond is that he's a person a bit weird, a bit curious, a bit light-minded, a bit cheating, meaning that he does translations from Greek to Latin, but he delivers half of them. I mean, he skips chapters in order to speed up. So, well, you cannot do these things in the papal court, because the Pope, of course, has 20 advisors to control all those things and to correct them. Anyway, the court started dismissing him a bit. He also doubted Guarino, and he was kicked out. He left Rome, he went to Milan, lived in poverty. In 1450, Vissarion thought of himself as a scholar, of course, and he asked him to translate Ptolemy. But he cheated again. He did not translate the entire thing. And he made a lot of mistakes also. Vissarion understood that. And he wrote the differences between Aristoteles and Plato, talking about Plato is against the Christian religion, etc., etc. And Vissarion, of course, answered back because he supported Plato. And this is where the fight started of the two Pontic Greeks. A few years later, in 5070, Pius II wanted to recapture Constantinople, and he sent Vissarion there for fundraising. And in his mind, he wanted to find the world of academia. At the time, in Europe, Georg Peurbach was the best scholar that wrote these astronomy books. He was an astronomer, but he didn't speak Greek. But Johannes Regiomontanus was his student.
I will begin by asking Professor Katsouli. You talked about material which is potentially both not only extremist, but also in many ways possibly illegal. That poses great problems for public institutions, how to deal with illegal material, certainly, and also with extremist material in terms of the ethics of acquisition. Have you any thoughts about how a public institution should or should not go about that?
Okay. I think that public institutions have a duty to preserve all knowledge that is produced. It is necessary, and we cannot put a censorship on that goal. We have to keep the memory, and what we are going to do with this is another question. If this part of the collection will be available to the greatest public, or will be only open to scientific research, that the Council of Curators can decide upon, but they have to keep them. Now the situation as it stands leaves us in a complete darkness as to an important part of literature that is produced. I'm not speaking of the quality of this literature, but it is there, it plays a role. It can tell us many interesting things about how these networks are being formed and what are their goals and their beliefs. We cannot promote ignorance instead of knowledge.
Thank you very much, and I completely agree about that. Nevertheless, as somebody who's been in charge of a large public collection, I would certainly not tell you if I'd acquired illegal material. It is a tricky thing for an institution to deal with. We have shocking examples of how badly donations of extremist material have been dealt with by a European public library, nearly a textbook issue about how not to do it. So I thought you gave us a really important introduction into some of the burning issues of handling contemporary special collections. Thank you very much. And I also have a very brief question for you, Jason. I thought that your paper very appropriately picked up the preceding, Angelia's very important preceding paper about the complexities of construction of nationalism. There was one word which I suspect you deliberately didn't use, which was Anglo-Irish. I thought perhaps that was part of your recognition of a complexity of Irishness. Could you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yes, and I suppose for those who may not know, in some circles, Anglo-Irish would be considered an insult because you're not quite Irish, you're Anglo-Irish. I've been struck, and to my great shame, I don't know enough about Greek history, but I've been struck by, for example, even reading C.P. Cavafy, the fact that you can be born outside Greece but still be Greek. And we have a very similar concept in Ireland, that you can be born outside Ireland but still be Irish. So, yes, it is very complex, and I think, as all of us, I think Benjamin Guinness, as myself and all of us, would have found that we only think about our nationality when we go abroad. Very few of you, I'm sure, get up in the morning and think I'm Greek. I don't get up in the morning and think I'm Irish, but it's when we go abroad we realise we're reminded of that on a day-to-day basis. So I think his identity would have changed, or the emphasis he put on aspects of his identity changed in relation to the positions in which he found himself. But he was always very clear, and I think a lot of people from his particular background are very clear when they're in Britain that they are Irish, they are not British, and they are not Anglo-Irish. So it's a wonderfully complex thing, and it's a fascinating thing. And it's very funny that you picked up on the one word that I did not use was Anglo-Irish, because I thought that could be a 2-day conference in itself.
Thank you very much. I think we might have time for 2 very brief questions and very brief answers, if there are more. There's one up there first. No. Sorry, there's one up there first. No, excuse me, there's another one up there with the mic first.
Μιλάει. Μια ερώτηση για το Βυσσαρέωνα. Όπως ξέρουμε, τα χειρόγραφα που δόθηκαν, οι κώδικες που δόθηκαν στη Μαρκιανή ήταν υπό προθεσμία μέχρι να απελευθερωθεί η Ελλάδα και κατόπιν θα έπρεπε να αποδοθούν. Έχει γίνει από κάποιο επίσημο φορέα μέχρι τώρα έτοιμα για την επιστροφή τους και αν όχι γιατί? Ναι, σύμφωνα με τη διαθήκη του θα έπρεπε να...
According to his will, they should have returned. We could have kept them until Greece was independent again. My question is whether there has been any official request for their return. The answer is no? Okay.
For Mrs. Karakatsouli. You said 4,500 items in the library of the far-right, sorry.
6,000, I would say.
6,000. And there is such a huge production of far-right. This is the first question. And the second, do we have other libraries like this?
I cannot know. I don't know. I met and spoke several former activists that call themselves collectors. I have in my research I found more than 4,500 titles. These are available on the internet in open access. Yes, it is a very important production. And that's why I think we have to study it and not to close our eyes upon something that it's there. It keeps reproducing a certain ideology. It has an audience. And it won't go away if we say it doesn't exist. And another thing, the geographical scattering, if you like, of such publishers and collectors all over Greece, it's also another thing we have to consider. I found publishing houses from the south of for money to drama. So that covers the whole of Greece except Crete, the island of Crete. On Crete there was such an activity, but now it seems to be extinct. But in the rest of Greece, it's very much present.
Thank you very much. We've already, so to speak, eaten into our lunch break.
Can I just make an announcement?
Yes, but I would just say thank you to our speakers.
Well, thank you very much. I just wanted to say there is lunch for the speakers in Loring Hall here on campus, and you can follow us. And then at 2:30, Irini and I will give you a tour of our exhibition for those of you who want to come. And we reconvene at 3:45. Okay, thank you.
Very much.
1, 2, 3. Τέλεια. Ο
Μπορώ να έχω την προσοχή σας. Είμαστε... The fourth section of this conference, titled Special Collections and Digital Research Tools. We have two speakers. I'm going to call the first one to the podium, Christina Dondi. Christina Dondi is professor of modern history in La Sapienza University of Rome. After having spent 30 years at the University of Oxford and as a fellow of Lincoln College. She has been the secretary of the Consortium of European Research Libraries, CERL, since 2009, when she created the international database Material Evidence in Incunabula. During the period 2014-2019, she was the principal investigator of the European Research Council funded 15C book trade project, which 15th century, the way it's written, which focused on the economic and social impact of the printing revolution on European society. The results of this project were published in 2020 in a volume titled Printing Revolution and Society, 1450 to 1500. And she is currently coordinating another project, which is titled Printing Revolution and American Collections, the Migration of Cultural Heritage at Times of Political Change. So, the title of her paper is The Role, Technology and the Digital Feature of Libraries and Collections, the Role and Experience of the Consortium of European Research Libraries.
Thank you. So it is a great pleasure to be here again. The Consortium of European Libraries is a large network, and the Gennadius Library is one of them. Maria has been a very active member of the board of directors, and indeed, the last 2 days we spent in one of the Gennadius boardrooms during planning and working on our meetings. So it is wonderful to be here and celebrate this milestone with you. Recently, since CERL moved to Ireland after Brexit, we left behind quite an archive for the last 30 years of the life of the consortium. And I'm the only one who still lives in London, at least some time. And so I had the task of sorting out the archive. As you can see, this is before and this is after. What I found, some archaeotechnology. As you can see, these boxes of various forms of hard drive, tapes, soft, floppy disks, diskettes. If we look in particular, I was not familiar with these, which really belong to the very reason for the creation of CERL, which is integrating the digital records pertaining to books printed up to 1850 from the libraries of Europe. So I found this one, for example, which is a tape sent by the Bibliothèque Nationale in 1995, and it includes records for the inclusion of what was still the vision of an integrated digital catalogue of the European printed heritage. If you look again, it says Projet CERL, 141 notices in Unimark form. Or I also find a hard disk from the first Incunabula short title catalogue dating to 1996. And of course, all of this material was contained in envelopes sent by post to us. So for me, it was a very important understanding of how big a vision and hard work was to create the first heritage of the printed book database, the reason why CERL was created. And as you can see, it was created in 1997. This is the database today. What it contains is over 9 million records, bibliographic records up to 1850, from over 200 libraries, various countries, various ways of searching the material, continuously updated by the libraries, and not deduplicated, because each book is unique, even obviously multiple copies of the same edition, and connected with the CERL Thesaurus, which was the second undertaking of CERL to deal with the complexity of various languages in the European landscape. So if you search the Thesaurus today, you have overall 1 million records, which are authority files for name of persons or institutions relating to book, ownership of book or production of book, name of printers, name of printing places. And of course, with the variation, so that then you can search HPB, search for Cicero, but you will have the spelling of Cicero in whatever language in Europe, and the result is a more complete investigation. So in 2010, there was a change with the creation of the material evidence in Incunabula database, which I created. And this is really, it was to put at the system the other second important focus of CERL to do with data. One was data integration, the other is provenance research. So what material evidence in Incunabula is a place, a international database, you will see the number of records, which record the history of each individual copy, from the moment it was printed to the moment it reaches the library where it is today. And I will show you how it works. This vision of tracking the mobility of books, of course, it was felt immediately by CERL, by the book historians working with us, and in general, we are aware that books move around. So there was this important conference held in Lyon in 1997. Finally, the book Livre Voyageur, published in 2000, where there were expressed wishes of capturing the mobility of the book. But how to do it was quite another matter. As we know, where a book was printed and where the book is today tell us very little of where a book has been for Incunabula in those 500 years of period, because books move extensively over this period. So MEI, Material Evidence in Incunabula, is a database that wanted to capture the mobility of books, the mobility of the 15th century, that is their distribution, their early distribution. And from the 16th century onward is basically their survival. What do we do? How we do it? We capture material evidence, evidence found in books like decoration, inscriptions, bindings, but also documentary evidence, lists of historical library catalogs or list of sequestration books, and of course bibliographical evidence like auction and booksellers' catalogs. And we transform that into historical evidence. How do we do that? Let me give you an example. This is an edition of Cicero printed in Venice in 1471, today in the Bodleian Library. As you can see, it contains various parts of material evidence. So the way we do is capturing every owner and creating a block of provenance for it. I will show you, and geolocating that. So the first owner of this book, in this inscription under the colophon, was Renoberto de Campo from Dole, who says that he purchased the Cicero in Milan the year after publication for 3 ducats and something. So here we have quite a lot of evidence, for example, that the book printed in Venice in 71, in 72 was already in Milan, where it was purchased by a French person. So how we transfer that in a digital record. This is the bibliographic information which we import for the incunabula show title catalog. And then we have the first block of provenance, which we deduce from the inscription is Milan 1472. And then we have a second block of provenance. The book moves from Milan to Dole, where the owner purchased and brought the book back. And we have a link to the Provenance Digital Archive of CERN, which is where we store images of provenance, and we link them back to the record to keep the database light. And then we have a second owner. Below, there was another note that said that Jacobus Benedictus of Carmelites order purchased the book in 79 in Chalon-sur-Saône. So the fourth block of provenance is Chalon-sur-Saône, and the number you always see next to places are geonames, so coordinates, which we use to track the mobility of the books. And then we have the information about him. Third owner, the book is donated to the master of the Carmelites in France, in Dijon, so it's Lorenzo Burello. Indeed, his coat of arms is the one at the front page, and the decoration was clearly added at that time. So, fourth block of provenance, Chalon-sur-Saône, until Burello dies in 1504. Then we assume that he kept, like for other cases, he left the book to his order, and so the book stayed with the Carmelites almost until the Napoleonic suppressions. But probably left a little bit before, because the next evidence we know is the Duc de la Vallière, famous collector based in Paris. We have this information from the Sir Thesaurus. And at the sale of the Duc de la Vallière, so here we use bibliographic evidence, it was purchased by a tobacco merchant in Amsterdam, Pietrantonio Bolongaro Cravenna. So the book moves from Venice to Milan, to Dole, to Chalon-sur-Saône, to Dijon, to Paris, to Amsterdam, to Oxford, and we track its mobility. This is not an unusual case, as any of you are familiar with working with incunabula, because in 500 years they move a lot. This is Cravenna. And then, of course, at the sale of Cravenna, it was purchased by the Bodleian Library. So how do we use this information? We use for analysis, historical analysis and visualization, to again in two ways. First, to track the mobility of books around geographically and chronologically, and also to reconstruct in this process dispersed collections. One example of tracking mobility of books has been a project we ran in 2021, the Dante Illustrated Copy Census. This was an anniversary of Dante, and so we decided to work on a very iconic edition, the first edition of the Divine Comedy, printed in Florence with illustration, metal cuts based on drawings by Sandro Botticelli. Of this edition, 180 copies survive in 135 libraries around the world, 4 continents. We wrote to each one of them to send images of provenance, if not information, and all but 2 did send this information, and we were able to reconstruct the real impact of these editions among contemporaries and his reception over the following centuries. This is the website we created, and we created videos summarizing all the stories we captured, as well as producing academic papers. This work was also used by the team of computer scientists specialized in visualization at King's College, London, where they've been working on our MEI data to create visualizations to address historical questions that we pose. So this is the way they tried to visualize the movement of a book described in MEI on a map. You will recognize at the bottom the numbers, they correspond to the block of provenance. So from Italy to the UK to the San Marino, this is a California copy. And very simply, on a map, you have the movement of the books in blocks. What we also could do, we can do it a live presentation of each book that moves from Florence to the current destination. Indeed, the entire surviving copies of that editions we were able to map in this manner. So you really have a visual understanding of the distribution and survival of this copy. The second example I would like to show is that of reconstruction of dispersed collections that affects basically every library that still exists today, and those which do not exist anymore. So, how many records are in MEI? As of now, there are half of all known editions, which are 28,000 editions for the 15th century, are represented in multiple copies. How many? Over 83,000 copies. And they belong to around over 1,000 libraries in 36 countries in 4 continents. So this is a very collaborative, multi-year effort of editors who are both librarians and scholars. Owners, those are the collections we are in the process of reconstructing, over 30,000. This is a map of MEI in the world, in Europe, and for Greece, nothing better than showing Map Inc., the result of the survey coordinated by the colleagues at the Laskaridis Foundation of all the incunabula in all the libraries of Greece. Fantastic work. And then you can click on it and see every contributing libraries and linking to their records in MEI. So where is the information about the historical collections, individual, private, personal, institutional, is in this satellite database called Owners of Incunabula. By putting an asterisk, you see there are over 30,000 collections. So let me show you one case of how we reconstruct a collection. For example, the Benedictine Library of San Giorgio Maggiore in Venice. It was a great historical collection dispersed after the Napoleonic suppressions. This is the reconstruction today of part of the furniture. So for this library, we have plenty of evidence. You can see dedicated illumination, list of sequestration, various book ownerships through the centuries, so plenty to work on. These are the very important sequestration lists, what was taken away from Venice and generally brought to Padua as part of the secularization movement. If you look in MEI, you search for San Giorgio Maggiore, and you see that there are 184 hits related to this ownership. You click, you go to MEI, where you have the list of all the incunabula which once belonged to San Giorgio Maggiore, and very simply, very effectively, on the facets for all the institution, you are the photography of the dispersal of this collection. So not only the places where we would expect to find books from San Giorgio, like Padua, only 37, like Paris, where books were taken and not given back, or like Venice, where the books were given back to the Marciana, But then you have places that scholars, we would never have dreamt of looking for, like Locarno or like Manchester. But because this library is catalogued in MEI, we were able to reconstruct the collection. That's a map. So, why is it important to reconstruct a collection, to look at the disiecta membra that are beyond probably the core, which is preserved in some given place? Because often, if we looked only at the books that are left in one place, in this case Padua, we would have a misleading impression of the intellectual stature of this monastic collection, because market forces determined the displacement of what they were perceived as the most valuable books, the one by the great printers, Nicholas Jenson, Aldo Manuzio, Vindlino de Spira. And these often are also the non-theological editions. For example, a book of grammar with this beautiful border, still in Paris today. Or this edition, rare edition of music, also still in Paris today. Lots of history, law, philosophy, rhetoric, and literature, including a copy of the Dante from Florence, still in Paris today. But also, this is an interesting case in point. We recorded from library catalogs and the sequestration list that something like almost 70 what we call historical copies that we know existed there. We know probably they were not destroyed, but are in libraries around the world. So this was one case, the beautiful edition of Euclides that our colleague showed in the presentation before. We know he moved from Venice to Padua, and then we lose track. It disappears in 1381. And then what happened? In 2019, Austin, Texas, catalogs with MEI, and they cataloged this Euclides. I asked for a picture, and indeed, the provenance is San Giorgio Maggiore. So this is a way in which we convert what is historical copy into a physical copy, and bit by bit, we reconstruct collections. All this work, of course, was published it was the subject of a large conference held in Oxford years ago, how the secularization of Jesus houses had an impact on the formation and dispersal of European libraries, and a special paper on San Giorgio was done. So we go back to the two main points of data attention of Searle, integration and provenance. If we fast forward to 2026, now Searle hosts and maintains the bibliographic heritage of Europe. For example, the Incunabula short title catalogue and the short title catalogue of the Netherlands, and the English short title catalogue is our most recent acquisition. And then we have created over the year clones of MEI for special projects to do with the provenance of copies of editions. And we have created HBB provenance to deal with exactly that for books post-1500. We have created a provenance digital archive to search provenance found in various books. And a new one is the Books of Books, the dispersed collection of the Library of Hernando Colón, which is not being made public yet, but it will. So if we look at how we as librarian, we as researcher, deal with books as primary sources, it's pretty simple. There are the primary sources, there is their cataloging, and if they are cataloged, then we can do all sorts of wonderful discovery, such as digitizations, research, DH. But the reality is that wherever I go, I encounter libraries which are not cataloged yet. An example from just last week, Malta. I was in Malta National Library, present a catalogue of Incunabula, the only thing really properly catalogued there. And there was this fabulous manuscript. I don't know, any of you recognize the coat of arms at the bottom and this exquisite illumination? is the Royal Aragonese, the King of Naples Royal Library, Alfonso, King of Aragon. I'm not sure scholars are aware that there is this copy in Malta. Or these wonderful other early manuscripts of the life of St. Anthony, dated 1426. At the bottom we have the name of the scribe, we have the name of the decorator. Or interesting, both manuscripts in Arabic and editions by Ibrahim Muteferica, printed in Constantinople in the 1720s. The issue of printing in Oriental, or let's say non-Latin alphabets, is something we approached as CERL already a couple of years ago, because it was the theme of the annual general seminar in Rome, which was all about printing in non-Latin alphabets. Fascinating and very present in all our collections, always a little bit hidden, but that is part of the heritage of Europe. I discussed recently this issue in a conference together with librarians in the Mediterranean, funded by the Anna Lindh Foundation. The foundational role of cataloging as the beginning of every research, the beginning of every discovery. And together with my colleague Vera Andropoulou, also director of CERL of the Laskaridis Foundation, we had this panel about the crucial role of network cataloging for libraries. So special projects like the one I ran on incunabula, the 15th century book trade and the printing revolution in American collections, they are supporting hundreds of libraries, making their thousands of incunabula better known and valuable for research. By mapping their DNA, so to speak, we are also supporting their preservation. CERL will continue to support the cataloging that is still necessary in libraries. And what we think is important for us to do is to bring to the level of digital existence these collections, so that they can be integrated in research, they can be digitized, they can do share exhibition and everything. But you need to have a digital record to work on. So I would like, and this I conclude, would offer my view of the perfect combination, the perfect cocktail. 1/3 research base, so good quality cataloging, 1/3 good technology, and 1/3 collaboration. And then you might wonder what the lemon is. What do you think is the lemon? I know, actually I think time. I think money could be added as another cherry or something. But I think it's time. Whatever I've shown to you, it's the work of many, many years, the collaboration of many, many people and institutions. And I like to say there is no shortcut, and this is the way we continue to promote and support. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very interesting talk with fascinating results. Now we're ready for the second speaker, Yannis Kokonas. Ανεβείτε στο podium.
Please come to the podium.
Yannis Kokonas studied classical philology at the University of Athens, where he also received his PhD in history and specializing in historical bibliography. His primary research focus in historical bibliography, while his broader interests include the Greek national movement and the War of Independence, Enlightenment era linguistic conflicts, and the foundations of the Greek educational system. Third, until 2022, he was sort of historical bibliography at the Ionian University at the Department of Archives, Library Science, and Museology. He will, speaking to us, the title of his talk is The Gennadius Library's Collection of Early Greek Printed Books as a Resource for the Development and Training of Digital Tools in Analytical Bibliography.
Ευχαριστώ. Κυρίες και κύριοι.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear friends. It goes without saying that it is a great honor for me to take part in this celebratory conference by presenting a work in progress, conceived and developed within the uniquely inspiring environment of the Gennadius Library. I shall speak to you about a digital bibliographical tool currently under construction, intended as an aid, and I shall briefly present the results of its first phase of development. There are many occasions on which librarians, be it in institutions large or small, find it difficult to identify the edition to which fragmentary copies of pre-industrial books belong, being copies lacking little pages or final leaves or surviving only in part. Nor is it always easy to determine when, where, and in which printing house certain books were produced, particularly in cases where indications of place, date, or printer are incomplete, misleading, or ambiguous for a variety of reasons and motives. Bibliographers, of course, know very well how to address both straightforward and complex bibliographical problems. Yet, I believe that a modern auxiliary tool would be welcome, one that could serve as a useful starting point for research in cases such as the ones just mentioned. Usually, the process of identification does not begin with the examination of typographical features. One first identifies the work itself, then locates its recorded editions through descriptive bibliography, subsequently searches for surviving complete copies, and finally proceeds to comparisons in physical or digital collections. Only at a later stage, and not always, does the detailed comparison of typographical characteristics come into play. We therefore sought to explore whether it is now possible to design and implement a digital tool capable of linking such problematic material with a satisfactory degree of reliability to known printing houses of Greek books and of suggesting the most likely printer. Should our effort prove successful, and I sincerely hope that it will, one could begin the identification process with the assistance of this tool, thus saving time and requiring less effort thereafter. The valuable collection of early Greek printed books at the Gennadius Library provides an ideal source of primary material for such an undertaking, as it covers, both chronologically and in considerable depth, the entire period of interest, particularly the 18th century in its initial phase. The collection includes well-preserved, complete copies, first-rate material, indispensable for training a system such as the one we have designed, are developing, and hope to bring to completion. We begin with the 18th century because it is precisely from this period that most books with false publication data originate, as well as many of the incomplete copies preserved in various libraries. I had originally intended to describe how we designed and envisaged the functioning of this digital tool. However, the idea absorbed me to such an extent that I devoted many hours, perhaps weeks, to developing a fully operational prototype, which I am particularly pleased to present to you today, unless technology betrays us, that is. I shall begin with 2 examples of its use and then briefly explain how it works, taking care not to burden you with technical details. With the first example, I will show one of the most demanding tests that our prototype has successfully passed. I wish to determine how accurate the system could be when attributing a book to a printing house it has been trained to recognize, especially when the printing types are of the same size and exhibit strong design similarities to those used by other presses of the same period. I therefore selected 2 18th century liturgical books, although printed in different workshops, are remarkably similar in appearance. And to increase the level of difficulty, I did not submit entire pages for analysis, but only small excerpts from each. As you will see, the prototype identifies with ease and considerable precision the printing houses responsible for these 2 visually similar books. Please bear with me. I have to get to the application. This is what it looks like. The original, because we want to compare 2 books. Does this loading more than 1 pages? So we'll select the folder which contains the samples I showed you earlier. Now it analyzes and compares the 2 samples, and I hope it doesn't take an awful lot of time to provide us with the results. It should. Okay. We're right now. Okay, there we are. Here are the results, one below the other, but in such cases, what is very convenient is to look at them one close to another, one next to another. So in planning, I have seen to this operation, so we can look at the results. Okay, One was produced at the press of Glickies, the other at that of Bortoli. From the summary of typometric analysis, you can, I think, appreciate the degree of precision achieved in the measurements. As for the purpose of these measurements, I shall return to this point when discussing the results of the next example, which has a different aim. I selected it to demonstrate how the use of our system could serve as a useful starting point for resolving a bibliographical problem. Now I'll go back to the application. So, in order to have our mechanism work, as we shall see, there's a combination of two tools. But let's get to the example. In 1716, a particularly interesting book was printed by the learned cleric Chrysanthus Notaras, Introduction to Geography and Spherics. As you can see in the title page, we can see the place of publication, Paris, but not the name of the printer. To the best of my knowledge, bibliographical works and library catalogues do not attribute this book to any printing house. Only Paris is mentioned as the place of publication. Let us therefore consult our system to see whether and to what extent it can help us recover this missing information. We do not even need to provide the full page. The small excerpt shown on the slide suffices. So let's get back to our tool and ask the question. So there we are. The result is, at the same time, both satisfying and surprising. The system indicates that the book was printed in the decade 1710 up to 1720 at the press of Antonio Bortoli using Paragon type. Yet Bortoli's press was located in Venice, not in Paris, as the title page states. If the result is correct, we have not only identified the printer, but also established that the stated place of publication is false. Shall we trust the system's conclusion without reservation? Certainly not. We shall verify it using the tools of traditional analytical bibliography, and if the diagnosis is confirmed, we gain doubly. We identify the previously unknown printer and establish the true place of publication. At least in the case of our example, this is exactly what happened. The system guided us very correctly. So, dear Irene, you can intervene and correct this insertion in the catalog. You can now update it. Introduction to Geography and Spherics was printed in Venice by Antonio Bortoli, not in Paris. We also gained something further. A good question worth posing to historians of that book. What motive led the author, the printer, or perhaps both of them, to declare a false place of publication in this instance? The results of this analysis provide a useful starting point for a brief explanation of how the system operates.
The pages under examination are analyzed simultaneously by two mechanisms. The first one identifies the printing house, while the second determines the size of the type and the height of the leading where present. These mechanisms operate independently, yet are designed to work together when necessary. I shall return to this interaction shortly. For the identification mechanism to function, it requires a library of reference sets corresponding to known printers. Each reference set contains 5 subsets. Each subset bears the name of a specific letter of the Greek alphabet and contains images of that letter in its lowercase form. The 5 letters are 4 consonants: beta, delta, C, and he, and 1 vowel, heta, ita. Their selection was by no means arbitrary. It was based on empirical observation, which suggests that these particular letters were generally treated with greater design freedom by type designers. This means that it is extremely difficult, indeed virtually impossible, for all 5 letters of one typeface to match exactly those of another, even where imitation has taken place. Each printer is represented not by a single reference set, but by several, appropriately named and dated. The number depends on how many founts of type were used in the books printed in that workshop, and on whether variations in size or design can be observed over time. For example, we know that 6 founts of type corresponding to 6 sizes were used at the press of Glickies. So the minimum number of reference sets for the press is therefore 6. If measurements reveal variations in design or body size within a given font, the number increases accordingly. At present, the prototype operates with 6 reference sets distributed among the 3 most productive Greek printing houses of the 18th century, that is, Glickies, Bartoli, and Theodosiou. So, how does identification take place? The page is scanned. The 5 selected letters are detected wherever they occur. Their images are isolated and then compared with the corresponding images contained in the reference sets. In this way, degrees of similarity are established, strictly evaluated, and used by the system to propose an identification of the printer. Where similarities are found with more than one printer or with multiple reference sets belonging to the same printer, they are measured and presented in hierarchical order in the report generated by the system. It is precisely at this point that cooperation with the typometric mechanism becomes necessary. When the similarities do not allow a clear priority to be established, the system resorts to typometry and gives precedence to the printer or period whose 20-line measurement most closely matches that obtained from the analyzed page. Let us turn to our example. In the first section of the report, the system presents 3 reference sets, and with the word identified next to the first of them, indicates that it has detected a satisfactory degree of similarity with the page under examination. The name of the printing house corresponding to this particular set appears in the final panel, highlighted in green, together with the place where it operated and the period with which the use of the identified type size may be associated and in which these typometric characteristics have been observed. The second reference set belongs to the same printing house, contains type of the same size and design, but differs more markedly in the height of 20 lines of text. As a result, the page under examination is automatically associated with the first set. This combined use of criteria requires the simultaneous operation of both mechanisms. The typometric mechanism performs the following tasks. It determines the number of lines of text. Then it slices the page vertically into thousands of extremely thin segments. On the surface of the page, in order to find and measure the distance between the lowest point of the deepest descending strokes and the highest point of the tallest ascending strokes in adjacent lines. And this way, it determines whether leading has been used or whether type of a given size has been cast on a larger body to increase line spacing. In such cases, it calculates the leading in millimeters and didot points and alternatively indicates the body size on which the type has been cast. Finally, it determines the size of the type by means of 2 independent measurements. The distance between the extreme points of ascenders and descenders of each line, and the height of 20 lines of text. The results are compared. The deviation is calculated, and this is presented as an indicator of reliability. If fewer than 20 lines are available, the mechanism measures those present and computes the required value using a specific mathematical procedure. The fact that our prototype has successfully passed all the tests to which it has been subjected demonstrates that the algorithms perform very satisfactorily. What remains then is precisely what we have begun at the Gennadius Library. We started with the Venetian presses, from which the main bulk of 18th century Greek book production originates. We shall continue with Vienna and Leipzig, and then proceed to the rest. We examine each and every printer's output in turn, select representative books in terms of type usage, as well as the pages to be scanned, from which we carefully shall extract the images of 5 letters that will form the elements of the reference sets. And much more work and laborious work remains, but I believe that we can succeed because we're already on a very promising path. Our final goal is that the Gennadius Library will be able to offer an online service accessible to all interested. I would like to thank from the bottom of my heart my dear Maria Georgopoulou and Irene Solomonidi, who enthusiastically embraced the idea of this project, as well as the staff of Gennadius Library for their dedicated work in assembling the material. I thank you for your attention, and let me conclude by telling you the following. If you were to ask me, is all this effort worthwhile for a tool that may ultimately be used by only a handful of people? I would very simply reply the following. In life, there are certain things we undertake without measuring their value by the usual, generally accepted criteria. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kokonas, for this presentation of this impressive work, this application.
Questions for the first paper, Christina Dondi's paper. Maria Georgopoulou.
Christina, I know this has been a formidable journey that Searle has taken and is still going on. Can you tell us a little bit more about funding and even more importantly about the technical aspects of hosting these things and having a continuity, because these programs usually take on and they have momentum. But our experience, at least here, is that, you get a first grant and then after a few years, things are much harder to keep up. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. So, as you know, Searle is an enterprise that has already been lasting 30 years and counting. And all Searle core databases are basically self-funded by the library members. So it is in the interest of all the libraries of Europe to support our share digital resources. And this is what we do. It's the core objective of Searle. And the way we do it is by relying mostly on Göttingen University Library, a setup called the Data Conversion Group. And they are specialized in management and working with data. And they have been our partners in doing this for, again, decades. And that works well. Another matter is then applying for large funding bodies, which is what I've done with the European Research Council, first in Oxford, and now with the Fondo Italiano per la Scienza, national research funding for the current project. This is special funding that allows the employment of highly qualified researchers, advancing, upgrading the digital resources that probably we have created. MEI was created in that way with a special project, but I had the good sense of asking Searle to design and host MEI instead of what was my university department. And I think that was a very good choice because, of course, in terms of sustainability, and in terms of involving the libraries of the world and the librarians and scholars and so on, being the secretary of Searle has not been irrelevant. It's been very relevant. And so it is a very circular collaboration between the universities, research, funding bodies, and Searle. And other special projects were done in that way, but the important thing is that whatever we do is sustained in the digital ecosystem of Searle, and that is there to last, because all the libraries who are part of Searle care about it. Was that all? Yeah. Christian.
Can we have the microphone?
Thank you very much for this answer, Christina. Can I just give another angle to it as a former chair of Searle, which is that we're very much aware of the issues around sustainability, and what has been a core part of our work has been to create a template, digital template, so to speak, which we use for all the digital resources within the Searle portfolio. So we, in a sense, offer to participants a structure where sustainability is made infinitely more likely, because it is a structure which is not only valid for one application like MEI or HPB, but also for the ESTC, for the National Bibliography of the Netherlands, and so on. It is a shared infrastructure at the base, which enhances the. Nothing lasts forever, but enhances the prospect of sustainability.
Well, thank you, Christian, for putting this to the general audience. As the current chair of Searle, I can just underline that the fascinating issue with Searle was really how libraries in Europe did cooperate in order to make sure that all the work done on early printed material is taken together in a common approach and made available not only institution by institution, but in a networked overview of giving possibilities for research to develop it further. And this huge network, and we are all fully aware of it, needs continuous concern, continuous investment and continuous maintenance. And we can, in Searle, we have a cooperation which is a membership-based structure. So we rely not on a central body like a foundation or a ministry or a country, but of the goodwill of all of our participants to join in this common initiative and to maintain it over the years. And this is an ongoing concern. This is a political endeavor also, and we are very happy that it is still taken onwards by enthusiastic people from the libraries contributing, from those who bridge the library world to the research world. And I think that is one of the main roles of our secretary, to do this bridging, but also for the spirit that this is a sustainable thing to be carried onwards. Thank you.
We'll take one more question for the first paper. I have two questions. If they are short, we'll take both. Be short, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your inspired presentation. And from my perspective, all this, not only the project of consortium, but also this big collaboration engaging all these different agents of cultural heritage, libraries, universities, actors, researchers, communities, is through my lens as a non-traditional act of cultural diplomacy. You mentioned that you've seen all these years more than 36 countries, more than 1,200 libraries, and more than 30 years, a powerful impact. Would you agree with this statement? Thank you.
That I have seen a powerful impact. Is this the question?
Yes, for our shared touchable and intangible heritage and the shared stories of these books and this.
Absolutely so.
Yes.
Yes. We can actually start understanding and talking about and researching what we think of European bibliographic heritage. And there is far more collaboration than maybe there was in the past. That, of course, is making it much easier for our, speak for my own research project, doing a copy census. What Searle did in 2021, we did it in 2.5 months. Copy census of that kind took the professor of astronomy in Harvard on the 2 editions of Copernicus, indeed 600 copies, 30 years of his life. In the past, it was only done for very iconic publications like Shakespeare or what else, the Gutenberg Bible. But ideally, if we really want to understand the real impact among contemporaries of a printed work, a certain work, or the work of certain printers or whatever, and also impact in the following centuries, we should do copy census of most text, most kind of works. And now we can do it, I've assigned it as PhD work or as master's work. That is done now over and over for different kind of works, whether it's medical or philosophical or literary, because taking photographs is easy and free. There are emails, and there is real great collaborations, and there are digital resources which intelligently bring and keep the data together instead of having it scattered in publications, scattered in separate databases, and so on. So it is, there are ways that we can do research on our cultural heritage today that we couldn't do. It was very challenging in the past. And this is thanks to advancement in technology, but also the cooperation of the institutions they have to have that vision of cooperation and that commitment of investment in time, in working on their data, because it's important that they have to be shared for better visibility and research and preservation.
Thank you very much. There is one last question for paper 1.
Thank you. Is there any direct funding by the European Union?
Not direct funding, not ordinary funding, only if we apply for special projects. So when I applied for the special project on the 15th century book trade, there was a very clear historical objective, and I applied to the European Research Council for individual research grants. But we will explore other avenues, because there are also other avenues that are not individual researchers, but in different streams. As now we are very much mature for that kind of work, we are currently looking into it.
Okay, now we move to the... Προχωράμε στη δεύτερη ανακοίνωση. Υπάρχουν ερωτήσεις για τον κύριο Κόκονα?
Mr. Kokonas, because I have one. Now, all those things that we said before, so my question is, is it a part of a program? Is there a big team working in this application? Because it's quite innovative, it's impressive. And I was wondering whether it's just one person that does that. And how can this move forward in the future? I do realize that you're trying to disseminate this application, but do you have any thoughts on that? Shortly, please. Well, this was a crazy idea, which I could not realize while I was working, and now that I'm a pensioner, the team is in my head, actually, unfortunately, and everything that has been done so far has been done by myself. And of course I was helped by the employees that collect the books from the shelves so that we can gather the material to train the application. And I hope that life will grace me with good health to move forward, because I cannot easily find anyone to replace me. Let me just say that I had sent an email to a Polytechnic professor, and he didn't even reply back. Well, yes, I think that those presentations and the participation in conferences such as this one, with this international promotion, I think that they would be helpful in you finding someone to continue your work, or to find funding, maybe. Well, I hope so. I hope so. Because this prototype only functions for Greek books of the 18th century, but it is designed, the system is designed to include any type of book and in any language. So maybe there is interest by someone else. I just wish we are all healthy to work on that.
I know that Christina has a question.
Thank you.
Christina, please, simple questions.
No, it is.
Simply.
Hi, CS. No, just a few days ago at another conference, we were thinking and wondering that, or making maybe a consideration that there doesn't seem to be a Typen repertorium for Greek type. Typen repertorium is a survey of the Latin alphabet type for the 15th century, which has been done over a century ago, and is now available digitally from the Berlin Staatsbibliothek, and is what we incunabilists use to identify editions with unknown, with no colophon and so on. But I don't think, and you probably confirm, there is no such thing for Greek type. And it's a massive loss. I mean, for the 15th century for us, I hope you will expand. But I understand why you are experimenting on this. Thank you.
Να απαντήσει και ο κύριος Κόκονας. Είναι η κυρία Γεωργοπούλου. Θα κάνουμε διάλειμμα. Τι θα κάνουμε? Θα κάνουμε ένα 5 λεπτό, 10 λεπτό διάλειμμα. Να απαντήσει όμως ο κύριος Κόκονας και πάμε για διάλειμμα.
Δεν υπάρχει απάντηση. Ευχαριστώ για την προσοχή και για τις
Αναζητούμε χρηματοδότες. Λοιπόν, είναι 5 και 3 λεπτά, 5 και 4, κύριε Γεωργοπούλου. Ωραία.
I look forward to your paper.
I just got my, toes dipped into this water of AI.
Good, good.
I mean, presentations in this kind of conference will get you the publicity that you need for this.
Christina, this is not a type repertorium.
No, I understand what you do. Yes. But I think you should discuss this with Riccardo Olocco.
Mm-hmm.
Are you using also digital enhancement of the photography or not?
No, I'm working with Photoshop.
Anyway, I think I'll tell you.
Yeah,
because I still haven't eaten. I would like to eat something or drink something.
Okay.
Λέει ότι είναι disabled participants screen sharing. Ναταλία, Ναταλία. Ναταλία είναι πρώτη. We're starting 15 minutes late, so this is not at the end. Yes, yes. Good, nice to meet you after your.
My own, but then I found a partner, a collaborator, and that's Caroline Reger, who is, so we are two people in this, working on this, have worked on this paper. So, the sudden mainstream availability of artificial intelligence with tools like ChatGPT has taken many of us by surprise. While we had read about these advancements, for most of us in the archival profession, AI felt like a distant concern. My own practical introduction to AI came during a recent ESPA project at the American School. And you're going to hear a little bit more from the next speaker. Even then, I did not realize just how rapidly AI could transform archival practice in the future. Therefore, when invited to today's conference, I decided to step outside the familiar territory of digitization and dive into literature concerned with AI's impact on archives. My motivation stemmed partly from a thought-provoking article in the New Yorker published a year ago. Will the humanities survive artificial intelligence? But the definitive turning point in my research came in December 2025 when the American archivist published What Can AI Do for Special Collections? Reading about concrete applications like HTR, which is handwritten text recognition, and automated metadata creation, moved the conversation from abstract anxiety to practical reality. For a start, I recommend reading Jeffrey Yo's recent article in Archeon 2024, Yet Yo outlines AI's transformative possibilities, but also the growing anxieties surrounding its output. But let's start our exploration by highlighting its potential. As AI is already being used to process vast quantities of born digital records, such as emails, whose scale would otherwise be impossible. For example, when a 5-year term for a high-level position at the American School concludes, our archives receive close to 60,000 emails. In the past, we instructed people to organize their email correspondence thematically or alphabetically, mimicking paper files. Today, AI tools help archivists extract content, generate metadata, and even produce finding aids automatically. Consider the huge Epstein archive. With those million emails ever have become accessible to the public without AI. As a February 2026 Economist article noted, the archive was too big for anyone to read even a small fraction. Software engineers using an AI tool called Reducto processed 1.4 million emails, extracting senders, recipients, and message bodies. Then they used a large language model to score each email chain, creating an alarm index based on disturbing content. In the academic world, Stanford University libraries use an open source tool called ePad to process emails. By utilizing named entity recognition, ePad's AI has been trained to recognize human names, organizations, and dates, as you can see from the example there. It can take an unorganized mass of, let's say, 50,000 emails and turn it into a neat, searchable database. Other American universities are using similar open source tools. However, The Economist noted, the article in The Economist, noted that the AI's selection in the Epstein case was not always that reliable. Can we trust AI with appraisal, which ultimately means the disposal of archival material? Many archivists argue that deleting electronic records cannot be left solely to the machines. Alternatively, since digital records don't occupy physical space, others argue that appraisal could be abandoned altogether. AI allows us to move beyond traditional principles of provenance and original order, creating multiple arrangements to serve diverse users. All of this sounds promising, but employing these tools requires new skills, technical capacity, and as Jeffrey Yeo points out, a profound cultural adjustment. Facing an ever-expanding volume of unstructured and non-categorized records, archivists must come to terms with some messiness and uncertainty. This shift is driving a new interdisciplinary field, computational archival science, which applies computational methods to large-scale processing of records. However, we must also remember that maintaining massive amounts of e-records, combined with the computing power AI requires, you must have heard of those huge data centers, so combined with the computing power AI requires, significantly adds to our global carbon footprint. This brings us to the legal framework. Let's say we are tasked with processing the born digital records of a university. The new legislation, EU legislation, defines specific high-risk AI systems, such as those used for hiring faculty or assessing students. The European law requires full documentation, and all activity logs must be kept for at least 6 months. But for archivists, this 6-month time limit is insufficient. If AI is trained to delete sensitive or confidential files, it acts as an appraisal tool. A mistake could permanently distort the historical record or violate fundamental rights, such as the Freedom of Information Act. Therefore, the archival retention of these AI decision logs must be kept longer if we are to maintain accountability for our history. Jeffrey Yeo also draws our attention to a critical aspect of the European legislation regarding deep fakes and synthetic media. Initially, lawmakers ranked deepfakes as merely limited risk. However, following numerous violations, the European Commission has been developing a code of practice on transparency of AI-generated content to ensure the clear labeling of AI-generated videos, audios, images, and texts. But here is the catch, and it is a massive loophole for archivists. These marking requirements do not apply to AI used for purely non-professional purposes. Private individuals who generate AI content for personal use, even if they post it publicly, are completely exempt from these labeling obligations. The legal burden simply shifts to the tech platforms. This creates a profound problem for our archives. If unmarked deepfakes, like this one, find their way into our repositories, perhaps buried in a donor's personal digital files, their synthetic status may go entirely unnoticed. If we don't catch this, it is almost certain that tomorrow's historical researchers will be deceived. So, how can we make digital archives more discoverable? Many institutions are now experimenting with tools like ChatGPT-4 or open source models, integrating them directly with their repositories. This allows a researcher to interview a 500-page finding aid rather than reading it line by line. The benefits for archival collections are clear. AI significantly lowers the barrier to entry. Inexperienced users can simply ask a question. Of course, one runs the risk of missing the surrounding context. But this is a challenge we already face when replacing hierarchical finding aids with item-level cataloging. Furthermore, AI can connect unseen dots across collections. For instance, finding a person in folder A who authored a letter in box Z. As Cushing and Austin noted, the existence of large digital data sets has fundamentally changed our research methods, which now increasingly revolve around distant reading and AI-driven data mining. Yet, there is a significant caveat. Powerful AI tools from large tech companies rely on cloud storage. Uploading copyrighted digital archives to third-party clouds carries serious legal and ethical risks because commercial AI is not built for non-profits. To navigate this, institutions are largely limited to secure in-house systems without download capabilities. For uncopyrighted, born digital archives, some suggest creating a non-for-profit consortium, much like HathiTrust. These are just ideas floating. To move from theory to practice, I was inspired by the fall 2025 American Archivist article, where a group of computing engineers and digital humanities academics from Rutgers, Harvard, and Durham University tested AI tools on special collections. Focusing on a specific collection, they created several scenarios, including extracting text from images, matching complex patterns, and generating metadata. Of their three scenarios, I was most interested in the first, extracting text from digitized documents. While searching for HTR software, the authors of this article initially experimented with, as you can see, with many AI tools, and they experimented a lot with Transcribus. However, they found it less suitable for their open access goals because its models were locked in a proprietary credit-based ecosystem. Transcribus for Linux also presented a steep learning curve and limited documentation. But we're going to hear a lot in the third talk about a project that has worked a lot on Transcribus. So the people in America, they opted instead for eScriptorium, a free open source alternative where custom models can be shared globally without expensive subscriptions. I was also looking for a low cost with low to medium learning curve way to describe the many digitized handwritten documents in the school's archives. Fortuitously, volunteer Caroline Reger, with a degree in library and information science, was eager to experiment with handwritten text recognition. We decided to start a small step-by-step pilot project to extract text from the digitized letters of Zilla Dinsmore. We selected this collection for its size and because former volunteers had already manually transcribed 19 letters, providing us with a training baseline. An additional 8 letters were transcribed manually this spring, taking approximately 18 minutes per page. Here is how Caroline implemented the project. First, eScriptorium is designed for Linux or Mac, but we use Windows. With IT's help, we installed a virtual Linux desktop which could run the program on Windows. Next, we digitized our sample pages as TIFFs and uploaded them as PDFs. Rather than training a model from scratch, Caroline found an existing open source HTR model. Digital repositories like HTR United, you see here, and Zenodo offer models in a variety of languages, time periods, and subject matter. A model based on Joseph Dalton Hooker's correspondence held by Kew Gardens in England was selected because it matched our time frame, early 20th century, and was trained on 6,000 pages. As mentioned before, being able to use and contribute to these depositories is a primary benefit of eScriptorium over proprietary software like Transcribus. Before transcription, the software must determine the document's layout using a segmentation model. Then the base transcription model runs on an individual page of text, and a user reviews the automatic transcription. Without any refinement, the Hooker model read our letters with about 70% accuracy. To improve this, Caroline trained the model using 22 pages of our manual transcriptions. After 4 rounds of refinement, the accuracy jumped to 90.7%. What you see actually is 85%. Yeah, we didn't have the latest. Eventually, the speed of automatic transcription, including setup and correction, overtook manual transcription. Manually transcribing these letters took about 18 minutes per page. Using eScriptorium took 14 minutes per page. This is 22% faster. As the model improves, we expect the transcription time to decrease further, to move faster. The most important piece of advice we have for other institutions starting similar projects is to read documentation created by colleagues carefully and design strong segmentation and transcription guidelines beforehand. Each collection will have its own challenges, and consistency is key when it comes to these models. For instance, Zila often drew pictures, inserted interlinear additions, and made corrections, all of which deviate from the expectations of the model. Having consistent guidelines reduces conflicting training for the model. In conclusion, integrating AI into the workflow of small to medium-sized repositories should be a slow but steady process. Adopting a bottom-up approach with small pilot projects can ease our way into acquiring new skills and foster the necessary cultural adjustment. This will prepare us for higher-level negotiations, securing access to powerful computing resources, hiring specialized staff, finding funding for server-based software, and providing training opportunities. We must also navigate new legal frontiers, asking questions like, who owns the AI model trained on a repository's digital images? The more informed we are about the potential and the risks of AI, the less exposed we're going to be to unforeseen challenges. We'll close with a thought from Princeton historian Graham Burnett, published last year in The New Yorker. Will the humanities survive artificial intelligence? He suggests that we in the humanities must harness the power of generative AI writing. Quote, historians have long extolled the power of the archive. Little did we know that the engineers would come along and plug it in. And it turns out that a huge amount of what we seek from a human person can be simulated through this Frankensteinian reanimation for our collective dead letters. What a discovery. We have a new whole of ourselves with which to converse now. Let's take our time. There is plenty to learn. End of quote. This quote powerfully echoes the central question before us. Can we train, at least my generation and Generation X, can we train our paper minds to deal with electronic realities? It implies that the archivist's role is not just to collect and preserve, but we must thoughtfully engage with these new tools, understand their inner workings, and guide their application to preserving and making authentic history discoverable in an age of synthetic possibility. It is a journey that will not happen overnight. It demands sustained effort in training and infrastructure development, reinforcing the wisdom of a careful, bottom-up approach. Thank you.
You heard me nevertheless. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Natalia. We continue with the next paper and carry on what we heard, I think, because it is about advancing cultural heritage data through artificial intelligence and the automated enrichment and human expertise. The presenter is Irini Caldelli, senior researcher at the Artificial Intelligence and Learning Systems Laboratory of the National Technical University of Athens. Irini, thank you very much for your talk.
Thank you.
So good evening. It is a pleasure to be here today and have the opportunity to share part of my work with you. The work that I'm going to present lies at the intersection of artificial intelligence and cultural heritage, and it is a result of collaborative effort together with my colleagues at the AI and Learning Systems Lab of the National Technical University of Athens and its spin-off company, Dataptron. And I would like to start with this meme, which I think perfectly captures how sometimes things feel in our field, with the technical and the cultural heritage community looking at each other and not always speaking the same language. And bridging that gap has been a central goal across all our work. On one hand, making AI knowledge and tools more accessible to cultural heritage professionals, while ensuring the AI community properly understands the very specific challenges that cultural heritage data presents. So with that framing in mind, let me tell you what I'm going to cover today. My presentation focuses on improving the quality of cultural heritage data, and particularly metadata, through AI and beyond, exploring what AI can do, where it falls short, and how it must be combined with human validation and domain expertise. I will cover 3 interconnected use cases: semantic enrichment, bias detection and collections, and the role of human judgment, drawing from our experience in several European projects we have been involved in collaboration with dozens of cultural heritage institutions across Europe, including Europeana, which is the European Digital Library, and the American School of Classical Studies in Athens. And let me begin with semantic enrichment. So semantic enrichment, or semantic linking, is the process of adding structured meaning to unstructured data. In our case, this unstructured data comes in the form of free text included in the metadata that accompany a cultural heritage object, representing, for example, a painting's title, its overall description, its date, its creator, its subject matter, where it is held. Through semantic enrichment, we analyze those free text descriptions and augment them with unique identifiers representing terms from curated, controlled vocabularies and linked open data sources such as Wikidata and GeoNames. These identifiers are not just labels. They are gateways to a rich web of structured information that assigns meaning to mere sequences of characters. The links that connect the metadata with the vocabulary terms, which we call annotations, bring several important benefits. They homogenize terminology, resolve ambiguity, enable multilingual search, and allow items to be contextualized and connected to one another. And let me be a little bit more concrete about why semantic enrichment matters. Take homogenization. The same person might appear in the metadata written in several different ways. John Ellis, Ellis, John, John Ellis with a typo. And by linking all three to the same Wikidata identifier, we ensure they are treated as a single entity. But there is an even more fundamental challenge, and that is disambiguation. Depending on the collection and the context, the string John Ellis may refer to an English clergyman and theologian from the 18th century, or to a British guitarist and songwriter who played with the punk rock band The Vibrators. By linking the free text with the correct unique resource identifier, it becomes clear who the text actually refers to. Semantic enrichment also enables access to additional structured information, into relations with other items, and multilingual discovery. Taking an example from Crafts Heritage on the Greek national aggregator search culture, which, by the way, is a pioneer in semantic linking, if an item is linked with the term armchair, it is immediately connected to the broader concept of seat, which means that a user searching for seating will now find the item, even if this word never appears in the metadata. Moreover, because vocabularies provide labels in many languages, a user searching with the Greek term polythrona will be able to discover an item whose metadata is entirely in English. Now, some of you may ask whether this kind of explicit linking is still relevant in an era of large language models such as ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude, and so on. In modern AI-based systems, texts are converted into numerical representations called embeddings that capture meaning, so that a search for seating can retrieve items described as armchair based on semantic proximity alone, which is what embeddings represent. This is very powerful, but it has certain limitations when applied to cultural heritage metadata and other types of data with similar characteristics. LLM-based semantic similarity is statistical and relies on the textual corpora the model has seen so far. Most importantly, embeddings work best on rich, well-formed, abundant text. When metadata is sparse, abbreviated, domain-specific, as it usually is, or in a minority language, there is simply not enough signal for the model to work with reliably. Linking with well-curated vocabularies addresses precisely this gap. It enriches the underlying record with additional structured terms, giving any search system, whether traditional or AI-based, more and better information to work with. Moreover, unlike embedding-based retrieval, a vocabulary link is explicit, authoritative, and auditable. A curator can inspect it, correct it, and trace it back to its source. And in a domain where precision, provenance, and interpretive accountability matter a lot, that transparency is essential. It is actually a professional and, in many cases, as was also mentioned earlier, a legal requirement. In short, structured semantic knowledge and large language models are complementary, with the former providing reliable anchors to the later. And collections that invest in standardizing and enhancing their data with well-curated linked open data resources are better positioned to take advantage of AI-based discovery tools. And as we will see in the results that I'm about to present, the relative performance of different annotation and information extraction approaches provides concrete empirical grounding for exactly these points. Manual enrichment is, of course, a very time-consuming and resource-intensive process. So how can we effectively streamline and automate it at scale? So as a team, we have developed a methodology and supporting platform called SAGE, which streamlines and facilitates the entire semantic enrichment workflow, from data import and automatic annotation through to human validation and data publication. The platform is designed to handle heterogeneous data sources and formats and can orchestrate a variety of annotation tools, natural language processing components, rule-based and fuzzy string matching approaches, machine learning models, and large language models, while allowing users to define filtering rules and confidence thresholds appropriate to their specific collection and objectives. Crucially, the platform has been configured so that it is compatible with the European Data Space for Culture Heritage, maintained by Europeana, which means that enriched data can flow directly into the data space and be shared and reused across Europe. Resorting to purely automatic methods is not sufficient, of course. We need ways to assess whether the results of AI algorithms meet our quality standards, and we need also to compare how different annotators perform on specific data and based on certain criteria. Our methodology, therefore, integrates human validation as a core component of its workflow, allowing domain experts to inspect automatic annotations and accept, reject, or supplement them with annotations that the automatic systems missed. The collected feedback then gives us reliable signals about overall quality, which we can use to set, for example, publication thresholds, to publish only annotations that received a majority vote, for example. Let me share some concrete results to give you a sense of what we are actually achieving and where the challenges lie. The table on the left shows precision numbers for some collections by the American School of Classical Studies in Athens, specifically the correspondence of Heinrich Schliemann and the scrapbooks of Ioannis Gennadius. And we observe that precision, meaning the proportion of automatic annotations that are actually correct, is on average lower for persons and higher for places, subjects, and types. So the latter were easier for the annotators, automatic annotators, to link with. The table on the right covers results from the analysis of a larger set of Europeana collections, including around 2 million items spanning domains from fashion and crafts to photographs and audiovisual archives. Here we see that, generally speaking, on average, rule-based string matching against domain-specific vocabularies and direct querying methods of linked data sources actually achieve higher precision than machine learning models and large language models. What is clear from both tables is that precision varies significantly depending on several factors, and that understanding why it varies is just as important as the numbers themselves. So, what conclusions can we draw? The first lesson is that general-purpose AI models, including large language models, perform poorly on cultural heritage metadata when used off the shelf. As already noted, while LLMs offer superior generalization and contextual understanding, they often struggle with precision in niche information extraction from metadata, which is typically short, sparse, often abbreviated, and domain-specific. The entities that appear, for example, in a collection of 19th century correspondence, relatively obscure scholars, local craftsmen, minor historical figures, are simply not well represented in the training data of the general-purpose model. When a name appears in a short metadata field with no surrounding text, it is very hard for any model to determine who is being referred to. The low quality often characterizing metadata compounds this. For example, when a name appears only as initials, which happens far more often than you might think. To address these shortcomings, we often needed to combine information from multiple metadata fields, for example, cross-referencing a person's name with a date of an object and the known lifespan of candidate entities to resolve ambiguity. A further challenge is the historical nature of many collections. An object might be associated with Vienna as the capital of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, but the vocabulary may only know Vienna as the capital of Austria. So how to handle that case is a rather subjective decision. Should we link it with the modern Vienna, or not at all? And this subjectivity is reaffirmed in several other similar cases. The overarching conclusion is that there is no one-fits-all solution. The annotation approach must be carefully calibrated to the specific characteristics of each collection, the objectives of the enrichment task, and the resources available. Let me now turn to another application of AI for improving metadata quality, one that raises some complex ethical questions. Many cultural heritage collections contain outdated or offensive language that reflects historical, cultural, and societal norms that are no longer considered appropriate today. Terms that were once standard in institutional usage for describing people with disabilities, for characterizing indigenous communities, for categorizing people by ethnicity, are now recognized as harmful, dehumanizing, or simply inaccurate. Cultural heritage institutions are acutely aware of this problem, but updating legacy metadata at scale can be daunting. A large collection may contain millions of records, and identifying problematic terms across languages and contexts requires both breadth and deep cultural knowledge. This is precisely the challenge that the DBIAS project, funded by the European Commission, set out to address by implementing a human-in-the-loop approach that combines artificial intelligence with expert knowledge and human supervision, thus offering a scalable solution that ensures both accuracy and cultural sensitivity. The fundamental principle behind DBIAS is captured by its slogan, "Don't erase, inform." The goal is not to delete or sanitize the historical record, but to flag harmful terms, explain why they are problematic, and suggests more appropriate alternatives, giving users the context they need to engage thoughtfully with difficult material. Let me provide some examples that give you a sense of the kinds of terms and the contextual uses we are dealing with in the titles and descriptions of some cultural heritage items. Take the term invalid. Today, we recognize this as a work that reduces a person to their condition. But in a collection title like Home for Invalids Annual Report 1902, the term is part of the historical record. Removing it would erase something historically significant, while leaving it without explanation would perpetuate a harmful framing. Or consider the term Oriental, a word that homogenizes diverse Asian identity and reflects a Western colonial gaze. Or the word savages, which has been used to label indigenous peoples as uncivilized. Or the word Hottentot, a Dutch colonial term applied to the Khoikhoi people of southern Africa, derived from an imitation of the sounds of their language. The DeBias project built a tool that does not just detect bias in cultural heritage metadata, but also contextualizes it, providing an explanation of why it is offensive, what it reveals about the historical moment in which it was used, and what more respectable alternatives exist today. And it does so by combining AI with deep domain knowledge and community experience. A core component of the DeBias approach is a curated multilingual vocabulary of harmful terms, which was developed collaboratively with cultural heritage professionals, researchers, and critically affected communities themselves. The vocabulary currently covers 5 languages: English, French, German, Dutch, and Italian, and contains around 700 terms. It is structured as a knowledge graph and is openly available on EU Vocabularies, the platform maintained by the Publications Office of the European Union. Building on this foundation, a detection tool combines the vocabulary with natural language processing techniques and large language models. And the approach is then deployed at scale with integration into major cultural heritage platforms, including Europeana. So I won't go to the details of the technical architecture, but I think this schema illustrates well how different AI approaches can be combined to address a complex real-world problem. The process begins with standard NLP processing, tokenization, compound word splitting for German and Dutch, and lemmatization. Then we apply machine learning-based named entity recognition to exclude proper names, since some happen to coincide with contentious terms, and string matching to check the text against the vocabulary. For ambiguous terms, those that are sometimes harmful, sometimes not, depending on context, a large language model is applied, indicated by the stochastic parrot on the schema. The LLM evaluates the surrounding context alongside the vocabulary's explanation of the term's problematic nature and determines whether the term is being used in a derogatory sense. This is the part of the pipeline where contextual judgment is most needed and where LLMs genuinely add value. As with semantic enrichment, human validation is essential in the case of the DeBias workflow as well. Here we conducted 8 niche sourcing campaigns using the crowd heritage platform developed by the Dataptron team. Unlike traditional crowdsourcing, which typically draws on wide anonymous audiences, niche sourcing deliberately recruits domain experts, cultural heritage professionals, and affected communities as annotators and validators. These are people whose lived experience and specialist knowledge make them uniquely qualified to judge whether a detection is correct and whether an explanation is adequate. In total, 145 participants contributed, evaluating more than 3,700 annotated texts, and the resulting dataset is now openly available as a gold standard evaluation resource for this domain. It can be found on Zenodo. The DeBias tool has been applied to more than 7.9 million metadata records on the Europeana platform, generating over 77,000 annotations. representing contextual explanations of detected harmful terms. And on the slide, we see how the results of the tool appear on an item page on Europeana. And this large-scale deployment represents, to our knowledge, one of the first systematic attempts to identify and contextualize harmful language across a major European cultural heritage platform, and importantly, in a way that preserves the historical record while making the problems with that record transparent and navigable for users. So I already mentioned briefly crowd heritage in the context of validating the debias tool, but I would like to say a few more words about the platform itself and its broader role in our work, because it represents an important bridge between AI-driven approaches and collective human intelligence. Crowd heritage is a platform for organizing online campaigns where participants interact with digital collection items and perform a specific task. This might involve adding entirely new information from scratch or evaluating and validating outputs produced by automatic tools. The platform supports a wide range of target audiences and formats. Some campaigns are open to the general public in the context of citizen science projects. Others are run in educational settings, and some are expert campaigns targeting close groups of specialists. Crowd heritage has so far hosted more than 50 campaigns, generating more than 130,000 annotations. And the range of tasks in which crowd heritage has been applied in combination with AI tools is quite broad, spanning the evaluation of various types of semantic tags, of automatic translations, of several image analysis algorithms, bias detection review, as we saw, and super-resolution image ranking. What connects all these applications is a shared logic. AI produces outputs at scale, and human intelligence, whether expert or crowdsourced, is then mobilized to evaluate and correct the results. And the feedback gathered in the process can be further used to create ground truth datasets and to feed back into the tools, creating a virtuous cycle that benefits both the collections and the underlying algorithms that can improve themselves. And here I would like to stress an example that illustrates, perhaps more vividly than any other, the limits of artificial intelligence and what crowdsourcing can do that no automatic algorithm ever could. So the American Schools Photographic Archive contains images of excavations in ancient Corinth from the beginning of the 20th century until recently. And those images often include local people who played various roles in finding, uncovering, and preserving archaeological items that came to light. In a collaborative project with a school, we organized a crowdsourcing campaign with a specific goal of identifying those local people in the photographs. This is a task that no AI system could approach, since it requires the kind of intimate local knowledge that only elderly members of the ancient Corinth community possess. People who remember the faces in those photographs, who know the family histories, who can connect an image with a name and a story. The campaign had benefits that went well beyond the metadata it produced. Participants had the opportunity to engage with their own history as reflected in the school's collections, to recognize a relative, to share a memory, to co-shape how the community's contribution to archaeological work is represented and acknowledged. This initiative was a powerful reminder that cultural heritage is not just data. It belongs to communities, and those communities have irreplaceable knowledge to contribute. And before closing, this is my last slide. I would like to invite all of you to explore the AI for Culture platform, which is an online capacity building hub designed to make AI technologies more accessible and more usable for cultural heritage institutions. It offers a rich pool of resources, tools, datasets, and capacity building material, all curated from the perspective of the cultural heritage community. The platform is co-shaped by its users, so if you have a tool, a dataset, a success or failure story, or simply ideas and concerns about AI in the cultural heritage sector, I invite you to bring them to aiforculture.eu. And this brings me back to the meme I opened with. Because what the work I presented today ultimately shows is that the two sides of that image, if you remember the technical community and the cultural heritage community, are much more intertwined than it might appear. The semantic enrichment that works is the one calibrated by domain experts. The bias detection that holds up is the one validated by the affected communities. The metadata that truly captures the past is the one filled in by an elderly resident on ancient Corinth who recognizes a face. And in every case, the AI sets the scale, but the accuracy, the judgment, and the meaning come from the people. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for this interesting talk and giving us all the confidence that the intelligence still comes from the people and artificial intelligence working on it. We come to the last paper of the session, which will be a bit complicated. It is presented by 4 authors. Now let me try to give you all the names. Stamatis Bousis, Maria Konstantinidou, Vasilis Gatos, and Konstantinos Palaiologos, all from the Democritus University of Thrace and the Institute of Informatics and Telecommunications at the National Center for Scientific Research, Democritus. 2 of them are joining us by screen, and two of them are present in the room. I think you know best how you shared your presentation, so just say a word before starting. Good.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having us in this wonderful event. I want to thank all the organizers of this symposium, especially Maria Georgopoulos and Maria for this opportunity. Very well on offering a purely theoretical overview of new technologies in paleographic manuscript studies. We believe it's more useful to demonstrate how such methods engage with concrete scholarly problems. All this our contribution takes the form of a case study through which we present a set of real manuscript-related challenges and the ways in which both philological and digital approaches can address them. The discussion thus moves from abstract potential to practical application, showing not only what these technologies can do, but also where their limits and interpretive value truly lie. Okay. The lexicon of Cyril is one of the most influential and widely disseminated works in the tradition of medieval Greek lexicography. Already by the 8th century, it has been incorporated into other major lexica, namely that of Ixychius as an example, while later versions formed the basis of Synagoge. They were used by Photius and ultimately fed into Suda. Further variants underlie major lexica, such as the Lexicon Ambrosinianum and the lexicon attributed to Zonaras. Over time, what may have begun as a relatively limited lexical core evolved into a highly dynamic and generative textual tradition. Through successive processes of expansion, epitomization, recombination, and adaptation, the lexicon absorbed material from both patristic, classical, and everyday sources. This process was recursive. The lexicon generated new versions, but it also was also reshaped by them. The result is a fluid and unstable tradition in which text exists in multiple overlapping forms. This complexity renders any attempt at definitive reconstruction extremely difficult. Manuscripts vary widely in content and structure. Many preserve only fragments, others incorporate material from unrelated lexica, while others reflect multiple stages of editorial intervention. The tradition resists reduction to a single archetype or even to clearly define recensions. These difficulties are compounded by inconsistent cataloging, misattributions, and the frequent absence of a reliable internal evidence. As a result, the lexicon remains unpublished in a critical edition. We have investigated through our project, which is founded, and we want to thank the Hellenic Foundation for Research and Innovation for giving us the opportunity to work upon this lexicon. We have investigated nearly 150 manuscripts and increased the number of the witnesses initially from 24 to 150, which means an increase of 350%. Well, it is in this context that one may situate what has been informally described as the curse of Cyril, the repeated failure of major scholars to complete an edition of the text. Rather than invoking anecdotal misfortune, this phenomenon should be understood as the reflection of a structural reality. The scale, instability, and methodological demands of the tradition exceed the limits of individual scholarly efforts. The so-called curse is thus better interpreted as the cumulative manifestation of an intellectual impasse. The traditional workflow, catalog overview, identification, categorization, transcription, and comparison remains indispensable, yet reveals clear structural limits when applied to large and unstable corpora. The documentary base is fragmented and unreliable. Manuscripts are often untitled, miscatalogued, or embedded with broader complications. Titles cannot be trusted, dating is inconsistent, and cataloging practices vary. The corpus must therefore be approached as a shifting field of possible affiliations. Verification, whether through direct examination of digital images, is time-consuming and uneven. Manuscripts must be examined at multiple levels, paleographical, codicological, textual, yet the process remains sequential and difficult to scale. Exhaustive transcription is impossible. Scholars rely on sampling, focusing on specific letters or lemma groups, which introduces a structural limitation. Conclusions remain partial and contingent, especially in a tradition shaped by epitomization and recombination. At the same time, the evaluation of manuscripts depends on multiple interacting criteria: lemata, definitions, structure, layout, scripts. As the number of witnesses grows, their combination exceeds human cognitive capacity. Manuscripts are abbreviated, expanded, or contaminated. Similarity does not necessarily imply genealogical relationships, but may reflect borrowing or coincidence. For example, manuscript 1197 of the National Library of Greece is a classical example of hybridization. The same as Athens, the Library of Hellenic Parliament of Vouli, 84, is a very important example of a huge-scale epitomization. Another example is manuscript 93 of Xiropotamou Monastery, that even though it bears the title Cyril of Alexandria's lexicon, alphabetically arranged, it is not Cyril. A classical example of either contamination or wrong attribution. Philological judgment also relies heavily on expert intuition. Scholars recognize patterns quickly based on experience, but this kind of knowledge is difficult to formalize, transfer, or scale. And as the corpus expands, the number of relationships grows exponentially. At this point, traditional methods reach their operational limits, not because they are conceptually weak, but because the scale becomes unmanageable. For example, Codex K71 of the Lavra Monastery demonstrates how human-informed intuition, through tacit knowledge and pattern recognition, can identify its true affiliation with Zonaras already from the opening lemma, despite its misleading title and superficial similarity to our lexica. So as the corpus expands, the number of relationships grows exponentially. At this point, traditional methods reach their operational limits, not due to, I repeat, conceptual weakness, but due to scale. It is precisely here that the digital approaches become methodologically relevant. Philological criteria are conceptually robust and structurally formalizable, which makes them suitable for computation implementation. Digital methods allow for parallel processing, quantification of similarity, and visualization of relationships beyond human perceptual limits. At the same time, the aim is not to replace the philologist, but to extend the scope of philological inquiry, enable it to operate effectively at scale. At this point, I will give the floor to Maria to continue with the methods we used.
So, I mean, like the previous project we heard about, for us, it is primarily a matter of scale. We now have a significantly expanded list of manuscripts that may or may not contain material from the lexicon of Cyril. And this is just for the ones found in Greece. We estimate that manuscripts will be in the hundreds if we expand our search to libraries worldwide. We have to figure out which ones actually contain the text we're interested in. So if we follow the traditional route, we would first need to transcribe all of these manuscripts manually. A trained paleographer would require 5 to 10 years to fully transcribe the 54 manuscripts flagged as requiring further investigation, and that's depending on their legibility and preservation status. Such a task would cost up to 300,000 euros for manual transcription, and only after that could we begin the real philological work. So this is the point at which digital technologies become really essential. In our project, we operate these digital technologies in 2 main stages. The first is HTR. We've already heard about it in a very nice and informative presentation, so that will save us some time. This is AI-assisted automatic transcription. So this technology, as we heard, it will also be explained later by our colleagues immediately after our presentation. But what concerns us now is that to employ this, we need to transcribe manually only a sample of the manuscript, what you will later hear as ground truth. These samples are then used to train a model that can read the rest of the manuscript. Here's a time and cost breakdown of manually versus automatically transcribing our 54 manuscripts. So this can be lowered further. The latest HTR systems and other enhancement methods, such as training mega models by combining samples from several manuscripts as training data, ensure more efficient models with less manually produced transcriptions. Realistically, in today's terms, we can train a model with 90% accuracy in reading manuscripts of Greek lexica with a total of 30,000 words of manually produced training data. That is roughly 1 month of full-time work and around 2,500 euros labor cost. And then a second layer of AI helps refine this. It usually involves language models, not necessarily LLMs, but language models and automatic correction algorithms, which further improve the accuracy of the transcriptions. Some of this will also be explained later by our colleagues. Now, these automatic transcriptions are not perfect, but they're good enough for the next stage, and this allows to change the scale of this whole endeavor. So, second stage is that this 90% accurate automatic output, we use it to organize the material quickly and at a large scale. There are two main goals. The first is triage. We want to be able to say as early as possible, this manuscript is clearly not serial, we exclude it. This manuscript is clearly serial, we set it aside as secure. If it is partly serial, it is further processed and the philologist steps in. Now, the second goal is prioritization and grouping. For all the uncertain cases, and these are many, we want to understand how they relate to each other and to other known entities, such as known manuscripts of Syria's lexicon, as well as to other ancient lexica, like Hesychius or Zonaras that Stamatis mentioned earlier. We can look at the same criteria that we do when we manually compare manuscripts, but quickly this time at scale and in a quantitative way. To do this, we use statistics and algorithms. So all this that you see in your screen may sound and look technical, and it is, but the principle is very simple. We measure multiple aspects of text proximity at the press of a button. We don't look for exact matching. That would produce very few positive results, but we can account for different degrees of similarity. But perhaps the most important contribution is not speed, it is perspective. A human reader is very good at recognizing strong similarities and obvious differences, but much less good at tracking small repeated deviations across very large amount of data. Visualizations are a central part of what we do. Experts define the parameters, we process and visualize the data, and the results go back to them for interpretation. So what this achieves? What do we gain from all this? First, efficiency. We reduce use of preliminary work to something manageable. Second, focus. We no longer distribute our effort evenly, we direct it where it really matters. And third, insight. We begin to see patterns that would otherwise remain hidden. No matter what, however, it always goes back to the philologist. Of course, there are also limits and choices to be made. This approach is not without risk. Will we miss some manuscripts that turn out to be important? Possibly, although improbable. Will we spend time on manuscripts that are ultimately not relevant? Almost certainly. But this is precisely where the philologists remain central. These systems depend on the parameters we set. So we're not eliminating uncertainty, we're managing it. The balance is not technical, it is intellectual, and it always goes back to the philologist. So the technically demanding part and the real AI component of all this is mainly the HDR, the first stage of our pipeline. Our colleagues will now show you what they actually do, how a manuscript page becomes text, and we can work with it later, but much more advanced than we as philologists and digital humanists can do. So the floor to our colleagues.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Maria. So my name is Vasilis Gatos. I'm a researcher at Democritos. Actually, I lead the document image analysis group, and I'm a co-founder of two spin-off companies, AI for Doc and Astros Intelligence, focusing on document analysis and artificial intelligence. I'm also affiliated with Archimedes, a research hub for AI
data science and algorithms. So our research is structured around three main pillars. The first pillar focuses on classical image processing and pattern recognition techniques. These include methods for document enhancement, layout analysis, segmentation, and keyword spotting directly in images. The second pillar builds on deep learning approaches where we train neural networks on large-scale datasets to perform tasks such as text line segmentation and text recognition with high accuracy. The third pillar involves the use of LLMs, primarily to improve and refine recognition results, enabling more robust handling of complex and noisy textual data. So our work addresses a wide range of challenges. We develop solutions for pre-processing, segmentation, recognition, and word spotting in Old Greek machine-printed polytonic texts, as well as historical and medieval handwritten manuscripts. We also work on automatic metadata extraction, such as detecting signatures, seals, or distinguishing between handwritten and machine-printed content, as well as on recognition of handwritten words in forms. Beyond historical documents, we tackle modern applications, including text detection in maps, text and logo detection in video frames and scene images, and document understanding in business documents, which includes receipts and invoices. Additionally, we conduct research on writer and style identification, which is important for authorship analysis and forensic applications. So we process a wide variety of document types, including books, handwritten manuscripts, newspapers, typewritten documents, and structured forms. In case of machine-printed polytonic Greek documents, we have trained models on more than 200,000 pages, achieving an accuracy of approximately 99.5%, which corresponds to about 5 character errors per page. So this is an overview of our projects in the last 20 years. There are numerous of European and national projects. At the European level, we contributed to the READ project, which led to the development of the Transcribus platform that you heard from Maria. More recently, we are involved in the Pharos project, one of the first AI factories in Europe, where our models are used to process historical books and manuscripts and support large language models in handling old Greek documents. At the national level, we have collaborated with institutions such as the Monastery of Mount Sinai, the Piraeus Banga Historical Archive, and the Academy of Athens. Our industrial collaborations include partners with the Greek Army Archive, the University of Cyprus for the recognition of all the Shakespeare's translations, the Bank of Greece for digitizing manuscript minutes spanning several decades, and recently the Hellenic Council of State, which is the Συμβούλιο της Επικρατείας, for the recognition of more than 2 million pages. In summary, we can say that our goal is to bridge traditional document analysis, deep learning, and large language models in order to unlock the rich information contained in both historical and modern documents. Okay. I will give you an example of a traditional document analysis application, and then I will give the floor to Konstantinos to demonstrate more some deep learning and LLM applications. So this is about the Describe project. This was a project with the Mount Sinai Foundation for the recognition of early Christian Greek manuscripts written mainly in lowercase letters. As you can see there, we followed an approach for detecting closed and open cavities and recognition of areas around these areas based on the protrusions around the regions of interest. We also constructed a dictionary of characters and ligatures, and the recognition also involved the use of a dictionary in order to separate words. The accuracy of this tool was about 90%. So, Konstantinos, please come.
Thank you so much. Out of respect for everyone, because I'm sure we took over this session, I will be very, very fast. I will try to do a presentation in 1 minute or less. So, my name is Konstantinos Palelos. Okay, that's fine. So, this is a project that we did with the Historical Archive with the Bank of Greece. So that's the proceedings of the General Council from 1928 to 1988. Lots of volumes, more than 120 volumes, around 36,000 pages. This is the workflow that we followed. But more importantly, you see here you have an image. You cannot search, you cannot do anything. It's just an image. This is locked in an image. It's not searchable. So researchers need this. This is what we do, is we do line segmentation. So the input is an image, and then we get each line, the segmentation. This is an example of ground truth in Byzantine manuscripts and post-Byzantine manuscripts. This is the ground truth that we prepare the training set for the model. All this goes, I'm sorry, I'm very fast. All this goes through the OCR model. The OCR is open source, but we do special customization in terms of layers. And this is another slide about LLMs. If they can improve accuracy, can they help OCR? So if the quality of the OCR is quite good, the LLMs, they distort the text even more. If the quality is very bad, like 30% error rate, they can take it down to 14. This is another project that we have with the Research Center for Modern Greek Dialects in the Academy of Athens. They have a collection of limata in, so I'm not going to say that much. Writer identification and retrieval. We extract features from the scribe so we can compare the scribes. And finally, resolution enhancement in historical manuscripts. As many archives have digitized their collections, manuscripts, and usually the quality is very poor. Rescanning, then digitize them is extra cost, so many libraries, they don't do it anymore. So we have proposed a methodology that upscales and produce a high-resolution image, and as you can see in the last slide, you can see the details, they are enhanced. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm sorry that I was so brief.
Well, thank you very much for this presentation at 4 speakers and going back to manuscripts. I think we are all overwhelmed by these possibilities. For myself, they leave me quite hopeful because it shows, well, how what we did over the last 50 years in transforming our information more and more into the data world is now carried on, expanded, and gives particularly new possibilities for the huge, still to be discovered collections, knowledges, papers, all but cataloging metadata has not yet done. Well, may I ask for your questions? Well, if no, Maria, good.
Can we bring projects to you? No, I mean it. Can we bring projects to Demokritos?
Of course. We need projects to...
Can you turn on your mic?
Yes, yes, yes. As you saw in my slide, it was full of projects because we focus on projects. So because in order to do this research, we need money to have a group live. So it's a cycle of things. So we always need projects. Okay.
So I would ask the complementary questions. What about the sustainability and the reuse of your products? I do see some of them I'm familiar with since some years. There is continuous work on it. You do apply them to texts for automatic reading. Where is this kept in the long term? On the one hand, the technology. Well, I know there are repositories, and you will give me a good answer for this one, but also the output. And the output, is it labeled? How is it described so that we know at what stage of technological development this kind of products have been applied and to which kind of experience, knowledge did they lead?
Do I have to answer? Okay. So what we do with data sets, we use them and what we do with data sets that we prepare for various projects, we use them and use them again. So we enrich them. So this does not go aside. It's used and used again. And depending on the project, we use a different data set and we enrich it even more. And Vasilis can add something.
Yes, I can add something for the technology that we develop, but it gets improved every year, or I may say every month. It's amazing what happens. So for every task, the step we follow, for example, for text line recognition and the text line detection and recognition, we can test every tool that it appears in the conferences, in the journals. We have to follow what appears every time. But what remains stable is the data, because we have in certain folders the ground truth and the image. So we can retrain things if some new networks appear using this data, which is very important. I mentioned that we have 20,000 pages ground truth from books. This is very important because if we have a new technology that appears, automatically we can use this data to retrain things and produce something which is may go to around 100% accuracy.
So some years ago, when I also experimented with some hand text recognition technologies using large language models, and also for super resolution images using AI generative models, I observed like a tendency for overcorrection. And I wanted to ask whether you have observed it, whether it's still relevant, and how you deal with it, because I think this is particularly relevant to cultural heritage, because there you want to preserve actually a typo, for example, if it exists in the original data. It's a mistake if you correct it. So I wanted your comments and ideas on this.
I think this is reflected. So this is reflected to the final slide of Konstantinos, where we tried the LLMs And we actually synthetically corrupted the text in order to test the LLMs. And if you see, Konstantinos mentioned it, that if the result is not very bad, actually the LLM destroys. This is the case. We have to be very careful on that. Maybe Konstantinos, you want to add something?
I can add more things in the break because I can see everyone is wanting a coffee. But if I may add something else, we need good data. That's the most important thing. If you have good data, you can train a new system, a new technology, and you can further improve HDR, LLMs, all these things. Thank you.
May I add a last question about good data? I think that is something libraries have been quite proud of, saying that we produce quality data. Now, did you do any project using these high quality data in order to get knowledge, except the fact that you are linking, and I've seen it in your presentation, linking out automatically to Wikidata and all kind of authority data. That's already an enrichment, yeah. But I think that we can do even much more if we link, if we do not go back to the basic text and the image, but the cataloging data already available for a particular document and the structured information it contains. Because I'm very much with you that cataloging data, they are very concise, and but they do have one huge advantage also. They are structured in a way which allows to prevent a number of false hits. I don't want to solve my clustering problems. Okay.
Δεν πειράζει, το κάνω έτσι και το βλέπω. Κάποιοι που πίνουν ακόμα καφέ, εάν σκοπεύουν να μπουν μέσα στην αίθουσα, τους περιμένουμε για λίγο, αλλιώς θα αρχίσουμε. Σας... Και μετά δεν θα σας... I have to speak in English, I suppose, so I should forget I'm a Greek and I will become an English or an American. It's a great honor for me to chair the final session of this very interesting conference, which I'm afraid I attended it online because I had to be in Hanya for another conference. So in between, I could turn my computer on and I could see that this is a very interesting conference. And I just arrived. So I'm fresh. In any case, I'm fresh in this field. I love books and I love libraries. And it's not, it's by accident that I love the Warburg Library, which is now the Warburg Institute, because that's where I did my PhD. And I love the British Library, where Christian Jensen has worked for many years and still do. And I love the Gennadius because it's not only that it's a very nice part of Athens, it's Maria's personality, the books, everything. So, and I belong to the generation that is much happier, I'm afraid, to hold books in her hands and smell it. You remember that we always used to smell books. You cannot smell a computer. For sure. So it's very good that some of us grew up using books, and we still do, I'm afraid. We are not old-fashioned, but when we can find something in a printed form, we definitely prefer it. So, as you know, this is the final session. The title of the session is From Private Libraries to Public Knowledge. And we have three speakers, Bill Sherman, Christian Jensen, I suppose it's pronounced, and Maria Georgopoulou. So, I say a few words. They all have very impressive CVs, but you can see from what they're going to tell us that they are impressive in any case, so I'm not going to read it through. I'll tell you, and you know who Maria Georgopoulou is, obviously. So, Bill Sherman is director of the Warburg Institute and professor of cultural history in the University of London School for Advanced Study, best known for his research on the history of the book and the culture of code breaking. He has also provided academic and administrative leadership for both the university and museum sectors. You see, I cannot stop now once I started. Serving as director of research and collections at the V&A, the Victoria and Albert Museum, and delivering the Warburg Renaissance project that has turned one of Europe's legendary libraries into a lively center for academic and artistic exchange. Bill, please come.
Let's see. Just to begin by adding my voice to the chorus of speakers who have thanked our organizers, Maria, Irini, it's been an amazing conference, really worthy of a centenary. So I've learned a huge amount and I can't wait to come back. As it happens, the invitation to join this centenary celebration here at the Gennadius Library could not have been better timed. We at the Warburg Institute are also marking the 100th anniversary of the moment when our founder's private library became a public research institute, occupying a new building next to his family home in Hamburg. In June 1926, so you were about 2 months older than us, A.B. Warburg opened the doors to what he called the Kulturwissenschaftliche Bibliothek Warburg, the Warburg Library for Cultural Sciences, or KBW for short. Now, 1926 may have been a challenging year for world politics, but it was nothing short of an annus mirabilis for Europe's research infrastructure. And that's something we may want to think about. What was it in the 1920s that led to these extraordinary ventures? And what's the lesson now in equally challenging times? Synchronicity aside, I have devoted the last 8 years as director of the institute that carries Warburg's name to the very theme that Maria has set for both the conference as a whole and for this closing session, from private libraries to public knowledge. Last year, we completed the so-called Warburg Renaissance Project, which not only improved our spaces for research and for teaching, but also introduced a new gallery and auditorium to our building in Bloomsbury, opening the ground floor entirely to the public and offering an inaugural program of exhibitions and events. But in order to understand what exactly was reborn in our recent Renaissance, we need to go back to the beginning. The Warburg Library has its origins in a remarkable deal made between the two eldest sons of one of Germany's biggest banking families. When A.B., the firstborn, decided that he liked books rather than banks. The story was told much later, in fact, at A.B.'s funeral in 1929 by his next oldest brother, Max. Max says, when he was 13, A.B. made me an offer of his birthright to the Warburg family bank. He, as the eldest, was destined to enter the firm. I was then only 12, and so I agreed to purchase his birthright from him with a promise that I would always buy him all the books he wanted. So, unsuspecting, I gave him what I must now admit was a very large blank check. He later described it as the worst banking deal he ever made. And indeed, you can see some of the 60,000 rare books he ended up buying on the right of the picture at the meeting where the banking brothers created the family foundation that would support the Warburg Library in perpetuity. That's Max in the middle, in the light gray suit, with A.B. seated next to him, hands outstretched in the desperate gesture that will be all too familiar to collectors and curators of books. The second formative moment came in the 1880s, the late 1880s, when A.B.'s undergraduate studies took him to Florence, where he found both his calling as an art historian and the young artist who became his wife, seen here in the book-filled study they established during their decade living in Florence. A.B.'s epiphany came famously during a visit to the galleries of the Uffizi, where he suddenly saw in Botticelli's famous paintings the echoes of ancient culture that animated the Italian Renaissance. This was the subject of the doctoral dissertation he wrote, you see it on the right, in the final major source for his bibliographical ambition, what is now the French National Academic Library in Strasbourg, but which had become in the early 1870s the regional library for a new extension of the German Empire. As A.B.'s assistant and the Institute's first director, Fritz Sachsel later explained, top left passage, at Strasbourg University, the seminar building consisted of a number of cells containing specialized libraries, and the student was given freedom to use them all. Warburg, in his burning desire to unriddle the mystery of Botticelli's pictures, went from one of these libraries to another, pursuing his clues from art to religion, from religion to literature, from literature to philosophy, to give the student a library uniting the various branches of the history of human civilization, where he could wander from shelf to shelf, was his resolve. On the right, Sachsel gives us a glimpse of the unique structure they created together for this purpose in Warburg's own domestic bookshelves, where the history of religion on the left meets the history of philosophy on the right, through connecting sections on the history of science and the history, more surprisingly, of Arabic culture, crucial part of the transmission link from antiquity to the Renaissance. We can immediately see why Warburg liked to speak, as Axel put it in the second passage, of the law of the good neighbor. The book of which one knew, he says, was in most cases not the book which one needed. The unknown neighbor on the shelf contained the vital information, and the overriding idea was that the books together should, by their titles, guide the student to perceive the essential forces of the human mind and its history. In consequence, it will never be as easy to find a book in the Warburg Library as it is in those structured around, say, the Dewey Decimal System, but the books remain a body of living thought. And as it grew in both size and scope, Warburg's holistic engine for scholarly serendipity came to be built around an ascending sequence of 4 key words, each of which, as you see on the right, would ultimately occupy one of the 4 floors of the library's open stacks. The scheme was explained in the introduction to the first published catalog. The library was to lead from the image as the first stage in man's awareness, to the words that form language, and thence to religion, science, and philosophy, all of them products of man's search for orientation, which influences his action, the subject matter of history. Warburg had come to see the ancient Mediterranean civilizations as the mint of these persistent images that direct and haunt the Western mind. They live on much as memory images live on in the individual mind, and it was for this reason that Warburg placed the word mnemosyne over the entrance of his library. So when Warburg's new library opened in Hamburg in the summer of 1926, the ancient Greek goddess of active remembrance served as the presiding deity, both reminding everyone who entered to remember, and thanks to the institution's collections and activities, teaching them how to do so. She also inspired some of the 20th century's most important research on memory itself. It was in this library, after all, that Warburg created his unfinished magnum opus, the so-called Bilder Atlas or Image Atlas that he named Mnemosyne, whose black panels of pinned-up images mapped the migration of visual culture across time and space. And it was indeed in the same memory palace that Frances Yates wrote her extraordinary book on the history and theory of mnemotechnics, the art of memory, in 1966. Working closely with the architect, Warburg saw to it that the building itself carried the kinds of memories that move across time and space to orient and animate the mind. He had a strong and radical vision for the large central hall, which held desks for readers, screens for displays, and seats for public lectures. In asking for the room to take the shape of an ellipse, particularly with the elliptical skylight in the ceiling, he was invoking that moment in Renaissance Europe triggered by Kepler's work on the elliptical orbit of Mars, when a cosmos based on circular symbolism gave way to a world of scientific calculation. But he was also capturing the complex and even eccentric paths taken by his own projects. Thought never proceeds, he liked to say, in a straight line. The Institute itself would all too soon be sent into motion. Only 3 years after opening his new building, Warburg died at the age of only 63. And only 4 years after that, the Nazi Party came to power in Germany, and Warburg's Jewish bank-funded library was exiled to England. In December 1933, the SS Hermia, the ship you see in the upper left, made 2 trips from the Elbe to the Thames, delivering more than 500 crates of books, photos, and furniture, along with the skeleton staff of the new institute. In 1944, Warburg's family in America gave the institute in trust to the University of London, and by 1958, it finally came to occupy the last available space in the great architect Charles Holden's master plan for a central campus in Bloomsbury, on land purchased by George D. Rockefeller, a fact that's not often remembered, and I'm struck by the connection here with American founding money. From the same moment, the new academic buildings would connect the British Museum, which also, of course, was the British Library, to the south with University College, or UCL, in the north, surrounded by spacious tree-filled squares and extremely well served by train and tube stations. The Warburg's new and now permanent home can be seen at the bottom left of Holden's model, but if you know it, as part of a much larger building. And that is because the original design was very grand indeed, filling all of Woburn Square with a single art historical megaplex, pairing the Warburg and Courtauld Institutes. But aside from a gallery on the top floor, which held the Courtauld's paintings until it moved to Somerset House in the late 1980s, the Warburg Institute ended up on its own in a prominent but anonymous building that, especially when seen from above, was clearly unfinished, with an awkward entrance, an empty courtyard, and an almost complete absence of communal or connecting space. The building and the family's gift agreement did serve the Warburg Library well for over 50 years, as the collection grew to more than 350,000 volumes and more than 600,000 images. But, as some of you will recall, the relations between the Institute and the university broke down dramatically around 2010. Scholars around the world, including several who I've met at this conference, rallied to support the Warburg Institute as the family took the university to court. And in 2015, the case was finally resolved with a positive agreement, not only to keep the Warburg where it was, but to give the building the upgrades it had long needed. Now, when I arrived in the autumn of 2017, coming across town from working for the German director Martin Roth at the V&A, there was a building project already underway with the core budget for refurbishment secure. But with the blessing of the Warburg family and the approval of the university's Board of Trustees, I restarted the project in 2018, almost exactly 8 years ago, with a new brief, a competition for architects, and a capital campaign to raise the rest of the resources needed to turn the project from an obligation for repair into a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for transformation. So, as you can see, we renamed the project the Warburg Renaissance, not only because that was the period most intensively studied by A.B. Warburg and most closely associated with the institute he founded, but also because it carries his conviction that the past shapes the present. In thinking about its own rebirth, the institute tried to consider what it would need to flourish in the future by taking its inspiration from what had been lost or abandoned from the radical founding vision that we inherited, considering what had made it a safe haven and a creative crucible during the most turbulent of times for scholars, curators, and artists from around the world. While we clearly needed, like everyone, more room for books, an upgraded infrastructure, a more sustainable building, we also wanted to revive Warburg's radical vision for the integration of what I came to call discovery, display, and debate, and to do so by completing Charles Holden's unfinished plan for the site. Now, I knew from the start that the British architectural firm Howarth Tompkins were the perfect partners for this ambitious brief, and when we finished our work last year, we documented our approach in a collaborative booklet. Immersing themselves in the Institute's archive, which holds a complete record of the design and construction of both the original building in Hamburg and the final home in Bloomsbury, they found ways to recover and reanimate the most resonant features of Warburg's original vision. As the shape shown on the cover and the frontispiece suggest, we put the ellipse back into the heart of the Warburg Institute in the new structure in the courtyard, modeled to the inch on the original design in Hamburg, but matching the style of Holden's best work in London, particularly in the 48 tube stations he built. You might recognize the concrete and expressed features from some of his best-known London Underground work. It now hovers above our auditorium and the new Center for Special Collections that fills the light-filled space below. Visitors to the building still walk under the goddess of, Mnemosyne, too, has resumed her rightful place in the opened-up entrance, which brought out the best in Holden's Deco-influenced design, with fluted tropical woods, marbled terrazzo tiles, and large windows creating sightlines in all directions. But visitors to the building still walk under the goddess of memory's name, but they also pause to enjoy what I like to describe as a Warburgian family reunion. Mnemosyne's other great mythical role, after all, is as the mother of the 9 muses, and here you see them all in an 18th century copy of an ancient sarcophagus from the Louvre, which decorated the facade, amazingly enough, of the domestic building on this site that was destroyed by German bombing in the Blitz and saved for reuse in the newly built Warburg more than 15 years later. The mother in exile has found here her long-lost daughters, and all together inspire new generations of research moving freely across all of the arts and sciences. Now, as some of the loyal readers in this room can testify, most visitors to the Institute still head straight to the reading room, which we brought back to its original style, while also updating the lighting and the digital infrastructure. Likewise, we took the 4 floors of books upstairs back through time, rotating the shelves 90 degrees to their original position, allowing natural light to stream in once again from the nearly floor-to-ceiling windows. But perhaps the most dramatic change is that all readers must now walk through the Institute's first gallery, which we have used for international exhibitions, student curation projects, and even a fair for selling artists' books. The key feature in this space, aside from the almost total transparency connecting inside and outside, we did not have that before, is the removable hanging panels that provide walls when needed for displaying artworks, texts, or video screens. Now, as it happens, this novel design also signaled a return to Warburg's original approach. You can see on the right our founder's 1905 sketch for the display panels in his very first public exhibition, devoted to Dürer and Holbein, and indeed prefiguring the vertical panels of the Bilder Atlas that he created in the late 1920s within the large hall of the library, where he also presented regular shows like this one on the Renaissance afterlife of Ovid's Metamorphoses. Almost 100 years later, we took Warburg's original working materials back to Germany, collaborating with curators to reconstruct and display the entire Mnemosyne Atlas for the first time since Warburg's death in 1929. This was the first of a series of major collaborative exhibitions with external museums across Europe. But it became increasingly clear in the course of our building project that we wanted to be able to make these shows for ourselves, both to introduce Warburg's legacy to new audiences and to connect it to the world of contemporary culture and art. The drive for this new area of activity, in fact, came largely from the artists themselves. In the course of the construction project, we were given several major artworks by important British artists. Diana Petherbridge's large triptych, The Destruction of Palmyra, now hangs behind the welcome desk in our refurbished reading room, and Edmund de Waal's great Library of Exile, created for the Venice Biennale in 2019 as a memorial to lost libraries and displaced writers, is now a permanent installation at the point where our art gallery meets our library. In fact, the Capital campaign was closed with an auction of donated artwork at Phillips in 2022, and at a breakfast preview with featured artists, including Cornelia Parker, Edmund de Waal said it was time for the Warburg to, quote, open the damn doors. And open them we have. We have just produced our first report on artistic programs after the relaunch, and some of the numbers took even me by surprise. The gallery attracted nearly 40,000 visitors, most of them new to the Warburg, And the media for our first 5 exhibitions reached an audience of more than 700 million, while the Institute's social media followers more than doubled in that 1 year. We have also welcomed a new cohort of resident artists who now carry out research alongside our visiting academics and our postgraduate students, whose numbers have also been growing against the national trend over the last few years. And in fact, our first residency coincided with the building project. I was very happy to steal an idea that I had learned at the V&A, which is that building projects are really hard to capture. And it's great to have an artistic lens, such as the photographer Teresa Chervenyova, on hand to document the transformation of the building from the ground up. Now, since the Phillips auction, it also was the occasion for us to get a gift from Marco and Francesca Assetto, an Italian couple living in London, who have allowed us to support 4 3-month residencies a year, all of which are proving to be very productive. I don't have time to talk about the approach we've taken to activating our collections and expertise through the inaugural program of exhibitions, but I do want to stress, and I'd be happy to say more if there is time. I'm aware that I'm the first of 3 speakers on the panel, and I think we all want to hear from Christian, my old friend, and also from Maria, the maestro, the whole thing. But I do want to emphasize the use of these exhibitions has been to show material that has rarely been seen by the public, but also at the same time, very crucially, to introduce the Warburg's own core questions and methods. And the tarot exhibition was a really interesting example. Super popular subject. I knew it would be something that a lot of people wanted to come to, but I don't think even I, as co-curator, knew how Warburgian it was going to turn out to be. It's the perfect example of the kind of travel through time and space of a single symbol system. This is a 600-year history that we can track from Renaissance Italy to the present, where the same 21, 22 trump cards, the major arcana, have a structure that doesn't change, but the uses to which they are put are dramatically different. And in fact, halfway along that journey, it turns out, almost the opposite of what happens in most of these stories, it goes from being not magic to being magic. There's a moment where it literally, in 15 minutes, becomes an occult prognostication device, having been a courtly card game before that. So fascinating and very deeply Warburgian. It turns out we also discovered Warburg literally bought the entire library available on tarot in 1 year in 1909. So it was, it really ticked both boxes. It was popular and deep in Warburg research. We also marked the 75th anniversary of the best-selling book on art ever written, Ernst Gombrich's The Story of Art, written in my institute when he was director of my institute, with an exhibition called Art in the Book, and also had a fantastic show called Black Atlas. But again, I don't really have time. I would also love, if we did have more time, to come back to the topic of the last 2 panels and think a little bit more about, with your help, about some of the ways in which we might now connect the associative and algorithmic thinking of Warburg, or the mysteries of memory explored by Francis Yates, with recent developments in digital taxonomies, image recognition, or artificial intelligence. We often say loosely that Warburg is a digital thinker before there's digital technology, but I really want to test that, and I want to know how, if that's true. But I need partners to do so. These are very early and in many ways unsatisfying examples of what's been done, but I'm, again, like everybody, looking for partnership, for the right partnerships for these projects. We've barely begun to develop this, and it's another area, finally, where the Institute has the potential to play a new and active role, and maybe another renaissance waiting to happen. But I'm going to close by quoting the keynote speech delivered by Edmund de Waal when we completed the Warburg Renaissance Project late in 2024. Speaking as it does about books and buildings, about travel and translation, about cataloging and creativity, I hope this passage will help all of us to look both backward and forward as we celebrate the centenaries of two great libraries, and I think it applies to Gennadius as much as to Warburg. So here we are at the Warburg, this diasporic world, a settling into languages, into images, and into translation of multiple geographies, places of beginning, languages of adoption, translations of books and of people. Each library shelf is a question of belonging, and every book is a provocation to think anew. We start again here, of course we do. Open one of the card catalogs, scan the shelves, find the gentle assonance between one image and another, and then another. This beautiful, generative, generous, wry, avid, polyglot institute, this new place for thinking, writing, and creating art. And that is what I wish for you in your next 100 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So are you coming to take your seat here? Oh, yes, you are. And so now we move to Christian Jensen, if I pronounce it well, who is a classicist from Copenhagen with a PhD in Renaissance philosophy for the European University Institute in Florence. Christian Jensen was head of collections and curation at the British Library in London until 2021. Subsequently, he has focused on issues relating to complex cultural property, lecturing, but also providing advice and workshops. A former chair of the Consortium of the European Research Libraries, he is now honorary research fellow of the Consortium. With a special remit for cultural property issues, he has published widely on book history, often with a focus on the interaction between the needs and expectations of users and the commercial requirements of producers. He has also published on the political function of historic books in the 18th and 19th centuries and on issues relating to the management of intellectually complex collection. That's him.
Thank you. And let me also add my voice to the chorus of thanks to Maria and Irini and their colleagues for having organized this splendid conference and for having allowed me to be part of it. The acquisition and the management of cultural property raise issues which are typically approached differently by private collectors and public institutions. Today I wish to explore some of the reasons for that and some of the consequences of that difference when a private collections become public. A key concept for acquisitions is the exercise of due diligence, a concept that was shaped in US business law, but now also has EU-wide application through various pieces of European legislation, including on cultural property. And in our field, the importance of due diligence has increased dramatically in the last 30 years or so. At the same time, digitized content and search engines have changed our ability to explore the history of objects and collections out of all recognition. That means that when a private collection joins an institution, it may well come with a past that was uncontroversial, but is now problematic, because we can know things about their past which were then not easy to establish, or simply because attitudes have changed. But it is not only an issue relating to private collections formed in the past. Even now, a public institution and a private collector will typically view and approach due diligence to acquisition very differently. And when people act differently in the same space,
with different understandings of their roles, it can easily lead to misunderstandings and disagreement. Now, informed disagreement is normal and indeed welcome in a democracy. But if the nature of disagreement isn't fully understood, it can lead to conflict, which can be much less welcome. If we have a better understanding of the underlying causes for our differences, we have the opportunity to become better at handling the issues that may arise before they become conflictual. And I hope to contribute to that this evening. About 10 years ago, a group of London antiquarian book dealers complained to the British Library's chief executive about me because they felt that my approach to acquisition through due diligence destroyed their trade by trading, as they put it, items as guilty until proved innocent. This wasn't quite the case, but I understand their concern, and today the formulation can help us to pinpoint an important aspect of why due diligence can be handled so differently in a public institution from the way it is in the private world of vendors, collectors, and dealers. Key to the concept is, of course, diligence. You have to make an effort to make sure that your acquisition is ethical and legal. But equally key is due. This makes the diligence context-specific and relative. Of course, in practice, most of us are more likely to spend more energy, more resources on the acquisition of a first-century papyrus, for instance, than on a 21st century printed publication. It is also part of the context specificity and the relativity that the bar is set much higher for institutions where one can reasonably expect that professional staff are expert and know what they're on about. For us, the excuse, "Ooh, I hadn't thought of that," is much less acceptable than it might be, at least for some private collectors. This relativity is not without its problems, because it does suggest that normativity can be predated, that the same act can be less or more illegal according to who has committed the act, creating a situation where we are not all equal before the law. It is problematic, but it isn't unreasonable to expect experts to know better than a private citizen. As the bar is set higher for professionals, it isn't surprising if the expert might want to avoid the risk of making an acquisition that could later become an embarrassment for their institution or indeed for themselves. If something goes wrong, the public could well conclude that either the curator was no good at their job, or perhaps even worse, they were negligent for other reasons. Perhaps they themselves stood to benefit from an acquisition which had turned out not to be, well, to be rather dubious, perhaps. That can be a serious blow to somebody's career. But this is a highly complex world, and we can't expect individual expert in a specialist book-related topic to be fully aware of the implications of legislation, for instance, around money laundering. We owe it to our staff, therefore, to help them to protect themselves and thereby protect the institutions against becoming involved in something that could cause damage. We need to train our staff in due diligence and in related issues around ethical behavior in the public space. But we should also put in place a process that ensures that the responsibility for a mistake, if a mistake is made, doesn't rest on the shoulders of an individual person, a process that ensures that it becomes the responsibility of the institution as such. This would typically happen through a process where the recommendation of a specialist to acquire something is subjected to scrutiny for approval by a group of colleagues who can bring a broad portfolio of expertise into the decision-making process. Just as an example, a British Library curator proposed the acquisition of an item created in a part of the former British Empire. The curator was deeply personally committed not to be party to anything that could be construed to be involved in the illegal or unethical export of cultural property from there,
and was understandably delighted when they could establish that the item had been in a continental European collection or in various continental European collections since around 1800. What they didn't notice was the absence of information about ownership in the critical period from 1933 to 1945. There was nothing to suggest that the item had been owned by a victim of Nazi spoliation, and when asked further, the curator suggested that the risk was low because the only place in Europe where there was a market for that sort of thing was Paris. Now, a highly specialized expert in non-European manuscript studies can be forgiven for not bearing in mind that Paris was one of the centers for trade in spoliated materials. But the British Library as such could not be excused for not knowing that, so we decided unhappily against an important acquisition. This was a risk assessment, specifically focused on the risk to the British Library, National Library of the former colonial power, which furthermore is subject to the United Kingdom's legislation about Nazi spoliated cultural property in certain national institutions. We assessed the risk was too high for us. Technically speaking, it was not a risk of infringing against a law. It was a risk of acquiring something that we might have to return to a rightful owner while risking significant reputational damage, possibly losing a lot of money, and of course, ultimately, the risk of doing something that was wrong. We could also be seen to run a risk of being careless with public funds because, unlike the private collector, we don't spend our own money. So it was a risk assessment we undertook. We didn't give a formal opinion about the history of the item. We hadn't found the item guilty until proved innocent. But it wouldn't be unreasonable, therefore, for a private collector to assess the risk very differently. This distinction isn't readily understandable in the world of commerce and in private collecting, and it can lead to conflict. In yet another case, a major international dealer threatened me with a lawsuit after we had spent a long time, unaided by them, to establish if an item offered to us was legally for sale or not. Now, I don't suggest that private collectors haven't got any ethical concerns. Many, if not most, certainly do. Their concerns are the same, but the way they are approached and assessed can be very different. This entails that the acquisition of a large private collection can come with a number of issues which were less prominent or relevant when the collection was private. The same is the case when a new institute is formed around an existing private collection, not least if it's been formed over a period of time where legislation, knowledge, attitudes were different from now. A striking example of a problematic transition from private to institutional is provided by the Green Collection and the Museum of the Bible in Washington, D.C., created by the Green family, the relation between the private and the semi-public collection being less than transparent. Since the museum opened in 2017, an astonishing number of items have proved to be deeply problematic. Theft, fraud, illegal excavation, illegal export, illegal import, you name it. The excuse that they were new to the scene and were unfamiliar with the requirements hasn't, it seems, made much of an impression. It's a super rich family, and people perhaps rightly feel that they could have brought in the expertise. So it has been felt that there was a degree of indifference to legal issues in the acquisition process. To give an example, which would seem to confirm that, in 2010, they spent $1.6 million on acquiring a set of cuneiform tablets. An external advisor had told them that these tablets were likely to be illegally excavated, illegally exported, and illegally imported, that the documents arrived in the US with patently faked customs descriptions, and that the purchaser had no idea who was the final recipient of the payment, which of course opens it, for instance, to fund terrorism.
Once it became a public institution, the Museum of the Bible could no longer maintain ownership of the items that had attracted no controversy in a private collection. They could afford the loss and also the fine of $3.5 million, but for many others that would be a severe blow, and I'm sure that was not how the founders had wished to launch the museum. This is an extreme example. Perhaps let me use an example of a highly important collection donated to the British Library. Here there's no suggestion that a private collector was acting in a way that his contemporaries would have thought inappropriate. But yet it left the British Library with numerous issues which residents had to address. In 1986, the library received its most valuable donation ever, the remaining part of Stefan Zweig's collection of manuscripts, presented by his heir. It is especially the music collection that's outstanding. For instance, Mozart's own thematic catalogue of his works from 1784 to 1791. But let's take as an example the manuscript for Schubert's An die Musik. It was owned by Siegfried Ochs, who died in 1929. The next thing that is known is that it was offered to Zweig by the music dealer Otto Haas in 1939. Both Haas and Zweig were by then refugees in London, having had to escape because they'd been classified as Jewish. We don't know how Haas got hold of the manuscript, and had we been talking about something we were contemplating to acquire today, it would definitely have been too risky to do so with this absence of information. But there is no evidence that either Haas or Zweig acted in a way that was problematic to a legitimate owner. There are so many potential scenarios for what has happened. I'll try to illustrate just the range of possibilities with one example given by Percy Muir, an antiquarian book dealer in London, who describes several of the ways in which he acquired items in the appalling circumstances of Nazi persecution in Germany and Austria. He relates how he bought music manuscripts from Margarete Quidde, a distinguished cellist, a musician. She was classified as half Jewish. Her husband, not classified as Jewish, but a prominent peace campaigner, had fled to Switzerland. She had chosen to stay behind to care for her sick sister. But as things got worse, her situation became more difficult, and she wished to sell the collection of manuscripts. It wouldn't have been possible for Muir to buy straight from her. However, there was a music dealer called Emil Hirsch who was himself planning to escape. He paid Margarete Quidde in cash the price she had agreed with Muir. This was cash which Hirsch would have lost when he was going to escape Germany. Hirsch then used his still existing export permit to send the manuscript to Muir in London, setting the price as low as he thought the authorities would allow him to get away with. Muir would then officially transfer the official low price to Hirsch, money which Hirsch lost, obviously, when he fled from Germany, whereas Mrs. Quidde had got the agreed amount. Hirsch eventually made it, not to London, but to New York, and Muir paid him the outstanding amount. This complex transaction is obviously not reflected in any invoice or any correspondence, and all the agents are dead. But this is just an example of the complex environment in which Zweig acted. There's no reason at all to assume that he, any more than Hirsch or Muir, abused the appalling situation. However, for an institution in Britain today, we can't acquire items with such an unclear provenance or items that can in any way be associated with being sold under duress. So we were faced with a problem created by a collection moving from the private to the public sphere. We were very fortunate that the very generous donor was still alive and alert, and she was very understanding of the situation. You can't take that for granted,
Maintaining the relationship with former donors is important when it comes to handling cultural property. With full support, we undertook a detailed examination of the provenance of all our Zweig manuscripts and published the results that led to us initiating no restitutions, and there has been no claim for restitution. But we have done as much as we can to be transparent, publishing information about all the manuscripts with inadequate provenance information in the crucial years 1933 to 45. It was expensive, but in the context of the value of the Zweig collection, negligible in my opinion, and perhaps even more minor in the context of the damage to the library if we hadn't sought to do the right thing. So I have given a few examples of how our behavior in a public institution can be different from the behavior of a private person. The question remains of why this is so. The ethical specificities that underpin the responsible stewardship of public collections are complex and manifold, but in this specific context, I feel that Max Weber can help us towards a clearer understanding of the nature of the transition from private to public. In 1919, he gave a series of lectures for soldiers returning from the front to be reintegrated into civilian life in Germany, in Munich. The overall theme of the lectures were geistige Arbeit als Beruf, intellectual work as a profession. The second of these was called politics as a profession. His starting point here was actually where he formulated his famous definition of the state as an association that claims monopoly on the legitimate use of violence. In a modern democratic state, this legitimacy is primarily built on a concept of legality and on faith in the validity of a legal framework. This faith be maintained, citizens must be able to expect factual competence in administering rationally created laws and rules. This in turn requires a bureaucracy where staff are chosen for their qualifications after years of education in the relevant field. The competent and predictable administration of rules that are accepted as both legal and rational gives legitimacy to public institutions, and that is part of the cement that binds our societies together. Because we're experts in our field, it's required of us that we take into account not only if a decision is right in itself, but also what the foreseeable outcomes of the decision might be. Weber calls this an ethics of responsibility. The ethical status of a decision or act is judged not only by its aim, but also by its impact, which a professional expert ought to be able to assess better than a private citizen. While he didn't see this as a criticism of Kant's view of ethics as doing the right thing exclusively because it is right, Weber's emphasis on potential outcomes of a decision inevitably moves towards that which we might see as utilitarian. However, his is not simply a utilitarian ethics either, that would let one do what one can get away with as long as the results are acceptable. The public employee is held to account for the legality and the morality of a decision, but equally for the outcomes of a decision that are reasonably foreseeable by an expert in the field. And in this we recognize in Weber's description, we recognize in the ethics of responsibility the behavior that I outlined above as specifically the librarian's approach to due diligence in a public institution. The dominant role of an ethics of responsibility sets the decision-making in a public institution aside from the personal, privately created collection, which has not got the same need for legitimacy, for public legitimacy. This doesn't mean that the private collector acts unethically, nor without concerns for consequences, but the private collector inevitably acts outside the structured, professionally based assessment of the consequences, which are not only consequences for the institutions, but sometimes for the wider public realm, undermining potentially public confidence in the institutions of the state. It is a consequence of this that a complex process of readjustment
can be needed when a private collection becomes public or is incorporated into a public collection, without there necessarily being any implication that the private collector acted in anything less than an appropriate way. Past private decisions can suddenly become the focus of very present, very public, sometimes very unpleasant public scrutiny. It can be uncomfortable, very damaging for one's institution, and indeed for the public trust in institutions as a whole, if we do not engage with a new level of responsibility which the changed status of a pre-existing collection will demand. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you should come and sit here with us because... Okay. We excuse you. So now, Maria, wait, because everybody knows you, but I have to say some words about you. So Maria Georgopoulou is an art historian interested in the intercultural exchanges in the Mediterranean world and holds a PhD from UCLA. She has published on the architecture of Venetian Crete, the art of the Crusades, and is currently exploring the art of the Ottoman Balkans. Before becoming the director of the Gennadius Library at the American School of Classical Studies in Athens in 2004, she taught at Yale University. During her tenure, the Gennadius Library has expanded its academic offerings and developed new outreach programs and exhibitions to attract and educate an ever wider audience. Thank you, Maria.
So you spoke about my paper. I don't need really to speak. But anyway, I wanted to thank everyone for being here, for lasting for a day and a half of very dense talks, and for helping us and supporting us in really celebrating the 100th anniversary of the Gennadius Library. So when asked to reflect on the history of an institution, there's always the risk of discovering that everything has been said before. Nearly 50 years ago, the Byzantinist Thomas Noonan described what he saw as a central paradox. While the need for institutions like the Gennadius Library is profound, their use is often less than it might be. His proposed remedy was straightforward: to attract more scholars, expand fellowships, and make the collections more actively productive. It is striking how relevant this observation remains today. At the conclusion of this conference, I would like to reflect on the Gennadius Library as a research institution, drawing on my experience both as a scholar who first came here in the mid-80s, I'm older than that, and as its director for the past 22 years. I remember those early visits fondly. I came as a graduate student to work on Frankish Greece and Venetian Crete, and I quickly realized that the Gennadion offered materials I could not find elsewhere: maps, rare books, travel accounts. But just as important as the collections themselves was the intellectual environment. It was a place where scholars gathered, especially in the summer months, and where ideas emerged through conversation. One could often resolve a difficult question simply by turning to the person seated nearby. The Gennadion was and remains not only a repository of knowledge, but a place where scholarship is actively created. This dual nature, both as a collection and a community, has been central to the library since its foundation. The vision of the founder, Ioannis Gennadios, was ambitious: to create a world center for the study of Hellenism from antiquity to the present. When his collection was entrusted to the American School of Classical Studies, a crucial decision was made. The collection would not be preserved as a museum of rare books, but it would instead form the basis of a living, expanding research institution, a library that would complement the Blegen Library that focused on antiquity, which is across the street. From the beginning, acquisitions played a vital role in shaping the library, with early additions such as the collection of Byzantinist Ernst Gerland and important theological works to define its scholarly profile. Today, the Gennadius stands as a peaceful haven in the heart of Athens, serving approximately 4,000 readers a year. It welcomes scholars from Greece, the United States, and across Europe, but many more from other parts of the world as well, particularly those working in the fields of history, archaeology, philology, and anthropology. It hosts seminars, lectures, and exhibitions, while increasingly making its materials accessible in digital form. Since the mid-90s, sustained fundraising efforts, mainly through the generosity of the Board of Overseers of the Gennadius Library, have strengthened the institution, enhancing the facilities, safeguarding the collections, and expanding its public programming. These efforts have allowed the library not only to serve scholars, but also to engage a broader public. The institutional framework within which the Gennadion operates has been essential to its success. Gennadius chose to entrust his collection to the American School because it provided an ideal intellectual environment. Founded in 1881, the school is an independent institution supported by a consortium of North American universities dedicated to the study of Greece. Within this structure, the Gennadius Library developed a clear mission to support post-classical studies, and now the American School covers Greece from prehistory to the present. The Gennadion's dual identity, Greek in subject, international in structure and scope, has enabled it to function as a bridge between scholars and institutions across the world. In many ways, the Gennadius is two libraries in one. On the one hand, it houses a remarkable rare book collection containing invaluable materials for the study of Hellenism. On the other, it maintains a large and growing research collection, now exceeding 100,000 volumes and increasingly growing and accessible through OpenStax. And here you see in our exhibition part of the very valuable rare material. The rare books attract specialists in the history of the book, intellectual history, and art history, many of whom contribute actively to cataloging and research projects. These scholars are not merely users of the library, they are collaborators on its ongoing development. Before the digital age, making the library known beyond Athens required sustained effort. Its inclusion in major international listings and visit by bibliophile societies helped establish its reputation, and we heard about this from Leonora Navari in the morning already. In recent decades, however, digitization has transformed access. Initiatives such as the Travelers Project, which indexes accounts of travelers to the Eastern Mediterranean and has had various iterations from 1992 through collaboration also lately with the Laskaridis Foundation, and MedMaps, Mediterranean Maps, which documents the library's collection of historical maps. We heard about some of them yesterday, have made unique materials searchable and available online, if you manage to navigate our very difficult and arcane website. Additional digitization projects have further expanded access, allowing scholars worldwide to engage with the collections of the Gennadion. At the same time, the importance of personal connections has not diminished. Even in a globally connected world, collaboration depends on relationships. It was the auspicious year of 2015, the 5th centenary of Aldus Manutius, from Aldus Manutius' death, when I was at the Warburg Institute at the conference on Aldus Manutius. And who did I meet? Our friend Jerry, who spoke here yesterday. And, of course, this led to the Gennadius' participation in the international network of the Consortium of European Research Libraries. This has strengthened its visibility and integrated into a broader scholarly community. Through such partnerships, the collections are now part of major bibliographic databases, ensuring that they're discoverable by the researchers across the globe. The academic identity of the Gennadion did not emerge fully formed like Athena. Unlike the American school, which had a clearly defined mission from its inception, the library had to develop its focus over time. In the early 20th century, fields such as Byzantine, Ottoman, and modern Greek studies were still evolving, and the library's direction was shaped significantly by its librarians and the scholars it attracted. One story illustrates this process particularly well. In the late 1940s, a young scholar named Kevin Andrews arrived in Athens from Harvard, expecting to immerse himself in the world of ancient Greece. Instead, he was drawn into the study of later period. Encouraged by the librarian of the Gennadios, Shirley Weber, he undertook a project on Venetian fortresses, traveling across Greece during the difficult years of the Civil War to document them. The result was pioneering work, Castles of the Morea, which remains influential and relevant to this day. His experience captures something essential about the Gennadion and the fields that the Gennadion serves. It is a place where new fields of study can take shape and where scholars can experience the excitement of discovery. By the 1960s, the Gennadion had also become an integral part of Athens' international life. Under the directorship of Francis Walton, it opened its doors to Greek writers and scholars and grandes dames like Mrs. Stafatou. Among its visitors was the Nobel laureate George Seferis, who later entrusted his personal archive to the library. And here you see a letter that Frank Walton sent to his mother telling her about his encounter with George Seferis. Greek scholars became a central part of the Gennadion's community, enriching its intellectual life and strengthening its connection to the broader cultural landscape of the city. A major development in the library's history was the establishment of its fellowship programs. Beginning in 1963, these fellowships brought emerging scholars to Athens and helped integrate the Gennadion into international academic networks. The Gennadion Fellowship, now called Alison Franz Fellowship, was established by Frank Walton in 1963 and has brought to the Gennadios Library 62 scholars. Many recipients went on to become leading figures in Byzantine and modern Greek study. Over time, additional fellowships expanded these opportunities and different programs, including collaborations with foundations and institutions such as Dumbarton Oaks. Specialized training programs, particularly in Byzantine language and paleography, have trained generations of scholars and reinforced the library's academic role. The appeal of these programs is surprising even for us. For the course in paleography, which was new this past January, there were 70 applicants for 8 spots. Since the 1990s, several developments have further reshaped the Gennadion: the acquisition of significant archival collections, the growth of modern Greek studies internationally, and a renewed emphasis on post-Byzantine and Ottoman studies have all highlighted the uniqueness of the holdings of the library. More recently, fellowship programs have been restructured to reflect these strengths, supporting a small but dynamic community of researchers each year and fostering close intellectual exchange. Since 2022, a programmatic change has happened, and with 7 fellows now every year at the Gennadios Library, we finally have a program and a vibrant community of fellows who are integrated, of course, into the academic programs of the American School. One of the most significant changes in recent years, of course, has been the expansion of digital outreach. The pandemic accelerated this shift, leading to a dramatic increase in online programming. Events that once reached only a local audience and which were maybe held in the books that the Gennadios collected as medicine of the soul. So events that once reached only an audience in Athens are now viewed by thousands worldwide, and digital exhibitions have attracted large and diverse audiences. a symposium on the art of the Balkans and the Aegean in the 18th century that took place a year ago during a day of a general strike attracted very few people in the auditorium. I was happily surprised at the conclusion of our event that about 2,000 people had tuned in. At the same time, however, physical readership, physical readership has declined, reflecting broader changes in how scholars conduct research. Increasingly, they expect materials to be accessible online. This presents both a challenge and an opportunity. And I'm just finishing with these slides about a digital exhibition. The Gennadion must continue to expand its digital presence while preserving the unique experience of working with physical collection and engaging directly with scholars. It must find ways to connect with younger generations and to ensure that its resources remain both accessible and relevant. Work days and focused symposia and seminars led by experts in the fields have been excellent ways to enliven specific scholarly discussions. Research institutions in Europe are engaging with international European programs like Marie Curie and ERC competitions to enrich their network of scholars and competencies. We do not have yet, and I don't know if we ever will, the structure to do this. When the Gennadius Library opened its doors a century ago, no one could have anticipated the role it would come to play. It has become a repository of Hellenism's printed heritage, a center for international scholarship, and a place where ideas are shaped through dialogue and discovery. Yet the challenge identified years ago still remains. The need for the Gennadios is clear, but its full potential depends on how effectively it is used. Looking forward, the task is to continue adapting, to expand access, strengthen support, and reach outward to new audiences while remaining true to the library's core mission. The Gennadion has the knowledge, the collection, and the institutional support and strength to meet this challenge. What it requires now is continued support, strong advocacy, and a clear vision for the future. The inscription in the library's facade, drawn from my Socrates, offers a fitting reminder of that vision. Greeks are those who share in our education. It is an idea that speaks not only to the past, but also to the future, I hope. A vision of knowledge as something to be shared, extended, and continually renewed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will only say, and then the floor is yours, that I think we came to the end of this conference and we all feel not only very happy, yes, we are very happy, but also there is hope in the old libraries, because, you know, there are times that you think everybody's in front of his computer searching online. No, what these three people have told us is that there is more future in the real world. No, I don't underestimate the digital work because I'm using it a lot, but also I have the pleasure of having worked for many, many years in the Warburg Library, when it was a library, in the Gennadius Library, and also in the British Library. But, you know, I still do, actually. I have to confess, I still do. That's how it goes. So, are we very tired? Are we... How do you feel? It's on you. Okay, that's fine. We're speechless.
Can I ask?
Yes, please.
I was very struck by the way you constructed your paper, because I know from experience how hard it is to say no to something that you know you want very much and is being offered to you, and you cannot get it. Is this normal?
normal for who? I would say that the overwhelming majority of items which we are offered and that we want, we can get if we can afford them. But that doesn't diminish the obligation to examine them very carefully. Yes, it happens quite often that things which fit the collection very well, which really would enhance research in an area, will have to be turned down because there's too strong a risk of doing something which is essentially wrong. I talked about the risk, of reputational risk. I think that it's important to remember that the reputational risk, if used as a criterion on its own, is deeply immoral. It only becomes an ethical tool if you use the reputational risk as an aid for you to understand the perception of others, to avoid doing something that in itself is wrong. You don't not buy something because you fear you will be caught out. You don't buy something because it is wrong. And that distinction between the fear of being caught out and knowing that it's wrong is not always understood. So I think very often the notion of reputational risk is abused unethically. So perhaps my answer to you is that no, it's not as normal as it ought to be.
What else I wanted to ask about classification, Bill Sherman. So, what happens in practice? I mean, what is final in the classification system? I was a little confused, to tell you the truth.
Oh, what do you use as a classification system?
Now at the Warburg Institute.
Yes.
Yeah.
This one's on? Yeah. Very happy to say that we not only still use the same general structure, but as far as I know, I've said this in front of my librarians and they haven't corrected me, which they love to do, so I must be right, that we have never introduced a new class mark, that the structure and substructure
is
always
still the same.
And so it follows this 4-floor, 4-keyword structure, still to this day. But the point is, and for me, what I would say the good neighbor was described beautifully by you in the broader sense, and this is maybe what the experience in the libraries gives us, and why I felt so much hope myself after these papers, because the shared responsibility of looking after the past and of helping other people to access it and making sure that a good past persists. That is the law of the good neighbor. The structure itself somehow knows what you need, and it has a kind of magic, and it becomes like characters or like voices or like people. I honestly sometimes walk through the stacks, the shelves, to hear the books talk to me, and they have so many accents, so many foreign accents, which including mine, including Christian. So it's a wonderful experience, honestly. What I would say is very difficult about the classification. Two things. One is I have one librarian who is responsible for knowing where a new book goes. This is Phil Young. And if Phil gets hit by a bus, we are screwed. We're in trouble. So this is one thing that I worry about is, the longevity of this, the memory of the system. But the more important one, in a way, is that the activation of the whole system depends on interoperability or cross-translation. And we have a very different structure in the photographic collection and a completely different structure in the archive. Mm-hmm. And we do not yet have a way for those to speak to each other. And so the magic cross-fertilization, the neighbors speak different languages. And the problem is, maybe for me, how to make the whole collection visible and interconnected. And then beyond that, how to connect it to other collections elsewhere.
Thank you. I think we have to understand.
Jerry in the back.
Okay. Please do.
Thank you for these wonderful talks. Are we aware of any direct contact between Gennadius and Warburg, in fact? They were contemporary, not in London, but they mostly did the same thing.
This is the excuse I needed to come back and do some research. I've been looking for one for the last day and a half. No, because George asked a very interesting question of the director of the Warburg Institute, not knowing that it was me, yesterday, that there are two things that I think are coming out of this for me, whether or not there is any direct contact, and I'm not aware of any, and I think it's unlikely, to be honest. Having said that, I think one of the things is about the approach that the two unusual, eccentric, slightly outsider scholars had to joining up something big, Hellenism in the case of Gennadius, and of course for Warburg it's a kind of afterlife of antiquity, which encompasses Hellenism but involves much else as well. And their approach to building structures out of fragments struck me as very, very interesting and very, very similar. I think that's probably the main thing. But I think there are probably other ways for the institutions to collaborate and to activate together. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. I had a second thought, but it's escaped my mind. I must be tired, but I will I will remember it and tell it to Maria.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Andrea.
In your introduction, you implied that there may have been something in the history of the time, in the politics of the time, that led to the creation of the synchronicity in the creation of these libraries.
Yeah.
What would that be? What do you think that would be?
Yeah. Thank you for that. I just remembered, by the way, what the other thought was, so maybe I'll find a way to tie it in. It's a very interesting question. I often think about, having read a lot lately about the forced exile of the Institute and its scholarly staff, about the kind of collective goodwill, but they believed in a European project, and they believed in what Nietzsche had called the good European. Warburg quoted that phrase all the time, and there was a sense from the American family with the capital, because the banking family was entirely displaced to the US. His other two younger brothers were already very well established in the US. But the way in which I wondered why, Rockefeller, Carnegie put so much money into, huge, unparalleled amounts of money, and nothing like what the wealthy, their successors are doing now. and in particular the people who should be supporting, sorry, I'm quite passionate about this, who should be supporting the information economy that we are the keepers of, the Amazons, the Googles, they are not philanthropists. They don't believe in this larger project. And there was something about where the capital was in that moment that believed in that structure. And in a way, as that became more at risk, there was a sense of tremendous cultural fragmentation and loss coming out of Central Europe after World War I. Very, very strong awareness of the forces that were gathering to threaten an institution like the Warburg Institute. And I think, I think that's probably what motivated the people at that point, as much as the thing we often talk about, and we heard from a number of speakers about, the robber barons as collectors, the wanting to own the world's cultural heritage. That's certainly there, but the more I look, the more I see this other story about believing in creating these structures for the future. And the last thing I was going to say then, back to Jerry, that I think the other thing that struck me, and it was really, Maria, when you just said about your explanation of Gennadius as a place where new fields of study can take shape. These are institutions devoted to crossing boundaries, and they are lucky to be semi-independent. Nothing is independent, right? There is no such thing. But we are lucky to be, both of us, in institutions that are independent enough where we don't have to just teach the same old thing to the same people year after year after year. We can create new fields. This is what Warburg's law of the good neighbor was about. It was about creating what you do not know, and the only way you will find that is by looking at shelves that you couldn't have found in a search because you didn't even know they existed. And we're lucky to have that. And I think that's worth investing in now. That's my strong feeling about it.
Just, sorry, an observation. First of all, I think the kind of philanthropy you speak about is the consequence of these very destructive 20th century wars.
Yes.
So you see the philanthropy as a response to these wars.
Yes.
So that's the one thing. The second question I had for you is that this independence you speak about is really founded on money.
Yes.
You're independent because you're financed.
Yes.
If you're not financed, you rely on the state, you lose your independence. So, and I think one of the things about this place is that it is not dependent on a state.
Right.
And so it is truly independent. And it's what I think makes this place unique, especially in this country.
Yeah.
So, I'd like a little. So, and I think for me that was missing from this discussion was the relationship of capital to these institutions.
I talked about a 12-year-old buying all the books because he decided to be the head of the bank. That's as capital as it gets. Yeah. No, I really agree. And I think I also feel that the state, the challenge is when you are independent like that, you're also vulnerable, and you need the public. That's why I really loved the topic as you defined it. You have to make yourself important to the public, even though you're known for a private and arcane area. And that's ultimately the squaring of the circle that we all have to try to do. And it's not easy. It's not easy. But it does, of course, it depends on money.
Do we feel
On that note?
we came to an
Yes.
I mean,
Can I say
yes.
thank you?
We should say thank you to you.
Well, I mean, we should say thank you first.
Well, if I may, Irini and I wanted to thank you very, very much for your presence, for being here for so many hours. And I wanted particularly to thank the speakers, especially the speakers who spoke about the Gennadius and its collections, because I learned many, many, many things.
Yeah.
I feel a little bit shy or defensive because I didn't know all these things. And I thank you very much. And I hope we will continue the conversation and hopefully a book will come out of this conference. Thank you very much.
It should.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, it was
I think it was.